What's up, nerds? I am gonna be honest, I was sitting here for a couple minutes trying to figure out how to do something. I'm trying to fix something on my computer, and it didn't work. Maybe I shouldn't have done it after I clicked the start streaming button, but what the ever. Man, despite having a coffee, I'm so tired. Maybe coffee just has an inverse effect on me. I don't even drink that much, so I don't know why I would do something like that. Oh well, it just is what it is. Let me take my little booksters that's just been sitting here. And these books are much bigger than the ones that I was pulling up last time, so they take up so much space on my desk. Excuse me, goodness me. Okay, I'm pulling up MuseScore Studio and we'll get right to work. Don't get too comfy now. Okie pokey. MuseScore, hello. Are you opening? Takes so long. It's just a bunch of notes. I don't see how it can be that slow. This is what I get for using open source software. It's so slow. Always so slow. Did it crash when I was opening it? What happened? Get over here, task manager. Tell me the truth. No, MuseScore's still open. Jazz sucks, I'm unsubscribing. Dang. I don't know, we had Jazz haters here. This is so sad. What happened to MuseScore? Oh, it opened on my virtual desktop. How's that make any sense? Making a new project file. Okay. Who texted me? Nothing. WhatsApp sent me a message saying, we're doing something, and I'm like, I don't care. Can I block a WhatsApp on WhatsApp? All right, hold on. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, I can. I've blocked a WhatsApp on WhatsApp. I'm gonna delete their chat now. Get out of here, WhatsApp. I wonder if I talked back to WhatsApp if it would say something. Anyway, too bad. I already blocked them. On their own platform. Like a dingus. Man, I'm tired today. Oh no, my little desk decorations, they're falling over. This is not good. I have like a little Chikawa bag, and he just sits there looking at me, and he keeps flopping over, and I need him to stop flopping over. Don't go flopping around at me. Okay. So today is reading day. More reading. I know I probably should get back to like actually writing stuff, but I don't care. I'll do what I want. And right now what I want to do is do some more reading. I've been reading so many books on stream, I might as well just start reading actual like novels. Maybe that would be cool. What novels could I read? It's not even legal. Could I legally read a novel on stream? I bet I could. It would be... maybe if I just like talk enough about it, then it'll be fair use. Maybe I'll just like read one chapter and fill up for 4 hours the whole time. I bet I could do that. But it would be so boring. Because fiction is so boring. It's all about jazz that I'm about. I'm all jazzed out. Okay. So what we're going to do is, before we actually go into reading about the jazz, I'm going to read from this book called New Harmonic Devices. I'm not going to read a lot of it. I just want to like take a look at it. Shirgi audiobooks in your dreams. And I'm not going to do that because I stutter too much. But yeah, we're going to read a little bit of this. I'm not going to read too much of it. It's nothing about orchestration or not. I just want to see what's it's all about. And something about this isn't working. No, whatever. Okay. I have 3 books in front of me. First is New Harmonic Devices by Horace Alden Miller. This is a book we didn't get to last time. Next I have Jazz Theory Resources Volume 1 by Bert Ligon. I'm sure I pronounced that very correctly. And then we have this 3rd book here, which is Jazz Theory, A Creative Approach by Kenneth Stanton, with a foreword by Teddy Wilson. Not that the foreword matters. I did read the foreword. It's hardly a foreword at all. It's more like a backword. Okay, got him. Okay. So I'm not really going to take any notes on this New Harmonic Devices book. I'm just going to read from it, and then we can like discuss what the heck's going on. And I'll talk about my thoughts. So, blah blah blah, preface, blah blah blah. We have modern harmonic problems, resolution of 7ths and 9ths, which we should probably just read that chapter. And then modern 9ths, 11ths, and 13ths. I don't know why it says secondary. Oh, because there's dominance, and then the chapter immediately following is secondary dominance. And then deceptive cadences, blah blah blah, polytonality. I know you guys love polytonality, all you super liberal musicians out there, which I believe is none of you, because all of us write classical music. That's just how it is. Introduction, harmony, and retrospect. Bro, I know how it works, alright? That ain't why I'm here. I already know how it works. Introduction, skipping the introduction, blah blah blah, music, music, music. Bigger, and bigger means better. Okay. I haven't actually read through a lot of this book. When I'm looking for these library books, I kind of skim them. So one of the books that I found last time was so poorly written that I literally shut it closed and skipped it. So hopefully that ain't the case with this guy. Mr. Miller, you better not disappoint me. Don't write so preposterously that it makes me mad. It's not that hard to make me angry at writing, but it's also pretty easy to just write normally. Nobody like talks like those guys talk. Not even like academic papers or nothing. At least academic papers are specific. That book wasn't even specific. It was so broad, but using big words. It's like doublespeak, you know? Alright. It's time to start reading. Chapter 1, Modern Harmonic Problems. Only a year or two since an article, asterisk, 1926, when do we go from here? That's the article that they're referencing. Also, when was this book published? It was published in MCMXXX, that's 1930. Okay. Only a year or two since an article was written by Emerson Whitthorne, suggesting that musical production had come to the end of the road, and to this has seemed to be its present status. Yep, you're right, music ended in 1930, you're so right. But if one is in touch with the different movements, he will discover that there are many directions in which music is turning, which augurs well for the future. Basically that means, nuh-uh. Probably the outstanding indication of progress is the breaking down of tonality restrictions, or the enlarging of the domain which one given key may compass. Basically, that means C major, D major, E major, F major, G major, all those majors. You can use as many as you want. Gone are the days of using one at a time. Music isn't real. Yeah, it's all theory. Only in theory. Just like gravity, it's only a theory. Music theory teaching does not take into consideration that there are numerous altered chords surrounding a given tonality, which may be used without giving the impression of a modulation. Basically, adding sharps and flats where you want. There are indications of such usage, thus bringing the chromatic notes within the diatonic realm, is indicated in a paper read by George W. Gow. G-O-W, George W. Gow. His initials are GWG. Before the MTNA, whatever that means. Speaking of the theory of music during the past 50 years, quote, no one made the observation that many a transient modulation, so-called, is none at all in effect, since the objective of the chromatic ripple when reached remains securely in its status in the original key. I have no idea what that means. Now we have become aware that the conception of key far oversteps the limits of the diatonic, and that outside of the key, and its mildest interpretation, there exists still a fascinating tone region only partly explored. I guess, do I even agree with that? It was 1930 when this was written, so I don't think so. That was the time of Bartok, right? Was Bartok in 19... When was this guy around? He was, to 1945, so yeah, this guy was around for a while when this book was written. I don't know if I would say, and also Schoenberg, I'm not sure if I would say that it's a completely novel concept. Every possible triad, seventh, and even ninth chord may be brought into touch with any given tonic without there being a change of key. Take the complex and distinctive harmony shown in example 45. Okay, you know, I was trying to set up my MIDI keyboard earlier so I could start playing these examples. And it worked, but you can't hear it. Like, I can play on it and I can hear it, but you can't hear it. And I don't know why you can't, for technology reasons that I don't quite understand, but whatever. Basically, there's a big chord there. This can easily be associated, blah blah blah. César Franck uses in his Beatitudes a progression utilizing the relationship between C and E flat triads. I know E flat is the flat 3 chord of C major, therefore it should be functionally a dominant. So if you just alternate between them, it should be A-okay. If you do something like this. Whoops. Let's see. Because of theory reasons, this acts as a dominant, so they like move smoothly into each other. The Ancientists. There are a few musical producers who see much promise in a revival of modal scales. That would include me, I guess. Now that the present major and minor scales are becoming effete by common usage, I've never heard that word in my life. Good day to you. Hello. What's up? I'm reading. This desire for a return to former methods to secure revitalizing material is hopefully prophetic. New background. Oh yeah, you like my Windows Vista background? It's just in your face. Are you trying to stream MuseScore? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Well, I am just reading right now, but like, here's the chords I was talking about. The 1 flat 3 1. But I don't plan to take any notes on this book that I'm reading right now. I'm just kind of looking through it as a preamble and also to warm up my voice. This desire to return to former methods to secure revitalizing material is hopefully prophetic. Basically, that means we look into the past, we see cool stuff that we like, we try to bring it back. One cannot expect to regain the purity of their utilization by the musicians who developed them, but the new vitality of result one secures from them after close association with the classical key systems is impressive. Basically, that means if you try to write like Beethoven, you ain't gonna write as good as Beethoven, but I mean, you can try. That's what that means, I think. If one observes the following scales transposed to show them, okay, yeah, I know how modes work. Linear counterpoints. Another type of music which Schoenberg and Stravinsky seem to be the leaders is that of linear counterpoints. This involves counterpoint of the most dissonant kind, without regard for the consonances thought necessary in the old music. So basically, I think that means The counterpoint, the counter melody. You got the melody on top, you got the melody on the bottom. Whatever that melody plays, it don't matter if it sounds good with the counter melody and the melody. It's just whatever you want. And Stravinsky was like, yeah, that sounds epic. It takes into account the independent movement of diverse melodic streams involving unorthodox counterpoint of the most drastic type. Sure. There's the polytonalists, the atonalists, the fractional tone music. Others are applying their effort to the development of quote-unquote ultrachromatic idea. Busoni conceived the idea of thirds of tones, and Haber of Prague has written a quarter-tone quartet. A quarter-tone clarinet and a piano with these additions has been constructed. A quarter-tone piano has been constructed? We're gonna play that. Julian Carrillo, the Mexican composer, presented at the New York concerts of the League of Composers. I want to be part of the League of Composers. Can I join the League of Composers? Does that still exist? That would mean it does still exist. Wow. How do I join the League of Composers? Concerts. Do you have to be invited? This looks like an invite-only kind of thing. Dang it. I can't be part of the League of Composers. This is so sad. Oh well. And in Philadelphia with the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra, some of this fractional tone music. Eaglefield Hall contended that new harmonic material to the extent of 253 three-note chords and more possible with... Okay, whatever. Hello. The Hurly-Burlists. Irving Whale, in an article in Modern Music, believes that the noisemakers, in parentheses, the Hurly-Burlists, are pioneers in the most stimulating movement because they are doing something which may be more valid than most of us think, and maybe at the beginning of what the music of the future will be. The chief representatives of the school are Edgar Varese and George Antheil. I hope I pronounced those correctly. I did not. Their efforts are concentrated on the development of rhythm, with all its intricate complexities contrasted to the utmost degree. They have combined dissonances in a more drastic way than Stravinsky in a Sacco du Princeps. Together with this highly complex rhythmical fabric, Varese employs very dissonant harmony, a harmony of tone qualities upon which he places much stress. In order to give his musical texture the proper dynamic force, he puts much emphasis on percussion instruments proportionately more than any other composer has done. Alright, I gotta look up this guy's works. What was his name? The Hurly-Burlists. What if I just look that up on YouTube? I know you can't see this. Hold on. What is the Hurly-Burlists? That's not how you spell YouTube. What was this guy's name? Edgar Varese. That's how you pronounce it. Edgar Varese? Did this book spell it wrong? Okay, time to play a little bit of this. Hello, are you going to play? Okay, applause. What is that a fan? What? Uh-huh. Recognize this conductor. What is happening? It's another fan. Okay, this is just for percussion. Is there something with maybe a bit of melody? You have something for a little bit of melody? What about this? This has melody? That looks like an oboe. They talked about dissonance here, so... Yeah? Cool, thank you, Mr. Varese. Um, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, every time I hear that kind of music, I can only think Ghostbusters, but, you know, Ghostbusters needs music, so I can't exactly say that it's any wackier. So we find many harmonic problems for the theorists to consider, but it is becoming more necessary to take into consideration tone color in order to explain intricate harmonies. Some of these problems will be discussed in this book. If one will attempt to analyze an excerpt from Pacific 231 by Honegger as an example of present-day music, he will not question the complexity of the task before him. I believe this piece was regarded as a spiritual successor to The Rite of Spring. Nice. I mean, they did say that here in this book, that it's inspired by The Rite of Spring. Dissonances of the older type gave one the feeling of restlessness. Restlessness, a desire to move forward to consonance. They were endured because of the expected relief and consequent satisfaction. Okay, so basically they said dissonance was tolerated in the past because it was expected that it would resolve to something, but now people are like, but what if it didn't? Okay, there's one here of the resolution of chapter 2 is the resolution of sevenths and ninths. If one is inclined to be somewhat conservative about the resolution of sevenths, a satisfactory method that meets with general approval may be employed in the following manner. Sevenths may be resolved upward, usually because the seventh is like the leading tone, right? And they're like the dominant seventh chord. No, that's not quite correct. There is... Okay. Sevenths may be resolved upward provided that the bass takes the note of resolution. This is most admirably brought out in A.E. Heacox's harmony books. A.E. Heacox? That's not a real name. Get out of here. Okay. What the heck? So there's a resolution here from D minor 7 to B, what is that? B, F, G, D, that's a G major. What the heck kind of wacky chord progression is this? Alright, I gotta hear this. Again, I tried to get my piano to work earlier, but it didn't. So instead I'm just gonna have to manually input the notes again. Okay, so he's saying here that sevenths may be resolved upward. This seventh, provided that the bass takes the note of resolution. What? So this wants to resolve to this, according to the book. There's like an arrow pointing from this to this. But the seventh is technically resolving upward to this D here. You're moving down, you're saying the same. So you're resolving to this? Why? Sevenths and nines may also be resolved upward, using them impressionistically, if one is leading his chords in parallel motion and degree-wise. There's a Puccini example here, which I don't know if I would call Puccini impressionist, but, you know, sure. Blah, 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 blah. To many it will be a decided surprise to know that Chopin wrote passages of consecutive seventh chords in parallel motion in his 21st Mazurka. Okay, I believe it. Chopin did a lot of these cookie-cutter chords where he just kind of played them at random, really. Chromatically, whatever he wanted. Chopin's music always sounded very... It always sounded like a fantasy, like it always feels like it was made up on the spot, most of Chopin's music. That's not a bad thing necessarily, but that doesn't mean in some places it gets kind of weird, and he just kind of notates an improv session, basically. Dr. George Dyson, in his book, The New Music, calls this progression the side slip. Normally chords move with a skip relation of notes. Okay, but that ain't telling me how to resolve the seventh or the ninth. The idea involved with the system of this chord is that one creates a favorable impression, a series of chords of the same kind will increase this favorable condition. This is not helpful. With regard to parallel fifths, it is a most desirable arrangement if the sevenths move with the fifths, especially in the lower parts. The fifths are not disagreeable, neither are the sevenths with such leading. It is a most desirable arrangement, if the sevenths move with the fifths. Okay. So if the sevenths move with the fifths... Oopsies. Oh wait, this is in bass clef. No wonder it didn't sound quite right. That's also not correct. That's what it's supposed to be. How funky. This is a minor second step upward. Interesting. So with regard to parallel fifths, these parallel fifths, it is a most desirable arrangement if the sevenths move with the fifths. So I guess he's saying, if you got a seventh chord, if you got sevenths moving here, it'll actually sound super epic. Thank you. That, okay. Modal dominance, blah blah blah. In diatonic writing, this feeling for resolution and what it should be has been a perception which all apparently have possessed, this being one of the greatest arguments for the primordial superiority of diatonic tonality. That's such a weak sauce argument. It's basically saying, because chords want to resolve, everything needs to stay diatonic. That doesn't make sense at all. If anything, having non-chord tones makes them want to resolve even greater. So, in fact, I feel like that's an argument against diatonic, like strictly diatonic stuff. Okay, that seems like a stupid argument, but whatever. I guess I'm saying this 100 years later after this book is written, so... Okay. One of the greatest harmonic losses in the transition from modal music to modern scales was the almost complete abandonment of the minor dominant. In modern instrumental music, one can seldom find such, and yet it imparts a nobly serene atmosphere, and Ravel's sonatine, in the second part, uses his cadence. Okay, well, I believe the minor dominant will sound something like this, right? Like that. He calls it nobly serene. I don't know about nobly serene, but it certainly makes me feel something. Could also try the minor. Okay, let me pull up my... Where's my composition chart? Because the minor 5 here is part of Aeolian, also part of Mixolydian and Dorian. So, yeah, this modal 5 here. Also, Phrygian has diminished 5, which is funny. Which means U and minor chord here. Beautiful Phrygian. No more modes. It is true that the early theorists had no such conception of chords as we now have, but in our modern thought, the feeling here is of dominant with lowered third. It is only within recent years, since we have found our two scales, major and minor, worn threadbare, I guess basically saying, people have gotten too tired of major and minor, now we're going back to modes, that much emphasis is being laid on a return to old modal scales. Jazz. It is probable that this will not be consummated in its entirety because there is a virility and optimism about the Ionian scale that is not found in any other. Optimism, sure. Virility, I'm not sure. I think Phrygian is pretty virile. But any of the important traits of the old scales that can be transplanted and included in our modern technique, whether it be melodic or harmonic, should be readily accepted. I see. Altered forms of the augmented 6 chords. Augmented sixth or augmented 6? The most necessary member of an augmented 6th chord is, of course, the augmented 6th. Great. It is usually accompanied by an augmented 4th or perfect 5th, doubly augmented 4th. Doubly augmented 4th? Sure, bro. And regularly by a major 3rd. New variations of these appear now and then. That is, augmented 6th with a minor 3rd instead of major. Augmented 6th with a minor 3rd. What does he mean by augmented 6th? Is augmented 6th like this? Am I getting... No. Wait. Is augmented 6 like this chord? Well, that's just the F major chord. That's not augmented. Oh wait, no, this would be augmented. E sharp. Is that the augmented 6 chord, or does he mean like that? Augmented with a 6th, or that's just the... Okay, hold on, I'm missing something here. Why don't I know this? I should probably know what this is. Contains the interval of the augmented 6th. So, yeah, it is like this. Usually above the bass tone. But... So, the example that's listed here on Wikipedia is in E flat major, which is funny, but whatever. It gives an A flat here, going down to, what, G? I see. So they want this. Augmented 6 chords are where you take the interval of an augmented 6 was resolved to a half step in contrary motion. The notes F sharp and A flat resolved to G. Typically target the dominant. I see. I'm like, augmented 6 sounds like it's a kind of chord, but it doesn't list an example of it. The doubly augmented octave? The what? The doubly augmented octave? Does he mean this? Is this the doubly augmented octave added to the augmented chord? Is that what that's supposed to be? The doubly augmented chord? Okay. The augmented 5th in connection with augmented chords. Okay, just a lot of... This seems like a more, like, reference thing than I thought it would be. Okay. Exception. Chord building by fourths. Chord building by fourths continued. Chord building by fourths continued. Oh my gosh, 3 chapters dedicated to chord building by fourths. And the last chapter is atonality, which is funny. And the super dominant, chapter 12. Do you mean the... Does he... By super dominant, does he mean the 6th chord? This guy, the super dominance? Because that's one above the dominance. Sure. Okay. Well, that was less helpful than I thought it would be. So time to move on to a book that actually talks about jazz theory instead of whatever that was. That felt a little too broad in scope. Let's get to work here. So, this book is really big. It's like a foot across, and if you measured it across, it's like 13 inches across. It's such a big book. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you can hear how big the pages are on my end. Okay. So, Chapter 1, Review of Basic Theory and Materials. I'm sure we all know what that is. Rhythm and Jazz Performance. Basic Tonal Materials. Okay. Tonal Materials. Triadic Generalization. That seems to just be stuff about, yeah, ornaments, chromatic stuff. The blue scale, the pentatonic scale, blue notes. I didn't even know notes could be blue. I thought they just sounded like they are. Diatonic harmony, harmonic progression, secondary dominance. Okay, this is like the first like 8 chapters are like about general theory. And then I think after that, we have to move into like jazzy stuff. Harmonic analyses, Roman numeral analysis with common jazz progressions. Okay. Progressions that modulate to closely related keys. Turnaround tunes. Progressions to 4 with secondary 2/4, 5/4. Progressions to 6 with secondary half diminished 2/6, 5/6. Uses secondary diminished 7. What intonation is happening over here? Chords borrowed from parallel minor. Modulates to remote keys. Harmonic substitutions and turnarounds. Okay, that's actually what I want to look at first. I already know how Roman numeral analysis works. I want to see new stuff. Harmonic substitutions. Let's do it. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of text. Here I go reading. Harmonic progressions in a jazz performance are very liquid and pliable. Hold on. Give me a second, please. Are very liquid and pliable. Many commonly performed jazz standard tunes have no agreed upon correct set of chords. Oh, whoopsies. I am a dum-dum. I accidentally just went out of my streaming setup. That ain't no good. Correct set of chords. On comparing several performances or recordings will reveal different harmonic progressions for the same tune. The differences may vary greatly depending on the artist and the arranger. Experienced artists may change the harmonic progression for creating a more or less tension in the... Okay. Before there were legal fake books, illegal versions could be purchased from various sources. Published sheet music typically had 3 lines, one for the melody and the lyric, plus the 2-line staff, easy piano arrangement. Early sheet music might have included simplified chords for guitar, banjo, ukulele above the top line. So he's talking about pirated versions of jazz standards. That's crazy. Turnaround progressions. Turnaround to tonic. Many progressions end with 2 measures of the tonic chord and begin again on the same tonic chord. This creates 12 or more beats of the same static sound. And several other chords may be placed in this area, which create motion to create static harmony, to replace the static harmony. The new progressions are called turnarounds as they turn the piece around. Okay, there are many tunes that are based on the variations of turnaround progressions. Static harmony, the last 2 measures of the form and the first measure, all in the tonic chord, begs for harmonic motion to replace the static harmony. Additional harmony is inserted in a passage by working backwards from the targeted resolution. The tonic chord at the top of the chart can be preceded with its okay, hold on. So, hold on, I'm not quite sure what it means by this. But it's saying something like, static harmony, the last 2 measures of the form, so let's go get 12 bars real quick. And them old 12 bar blues, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And delete all these dudes. So it's saying something like it's a C major here, and then the last 2 bars it goes back to C major. That's what it says here. The last 2 measures of the form and the first measure of the tonic begs for harmonic motion to replace the static harmony. Additional harmony is inserted in a passage by working backwards from the targeted resolution. So it works backwards. First we have, not you, I, which means 1. And by working backwards, it seems to mean like... Like we pick the... We start from the end and then work backwards to figure out the progression. So we know that to resolve to 1, we use a 5 chord, and to resolve to G, which is the 5, we use a 2 chord, which seems to be a, in this book at least, is this D minor 7 chord. How many bars is it? Like, is it like this? Okay. Backing up one more place in the general progression allows the insertion of 6-7, which creates a longer passage of downward root motion. 6-2-5-1. Like, so it wants me to do something like this. Okay, so 1-1. Wait. Wait, what? These last two chords are supposed to be one chord. Shut up. And then it wants these two to be G, I assume, and these two to be D major 7. But then what about this gap here? This is 12 bars, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then it wants... That seems to be what it wants. I'm not sure why it says to split into 12 bars unless I just misunderstood what they said, but it seems like they want to do something like this, right? Okay, that seems like a pretty easy peasy progression. Secondary dominant chords can replace diatonic chords. The 7th chord can be replaced by a 5/2. So I think basically what it's saying is because this is a D minor chord, the chord that resolves into D minor is A major, which is just this chord, but with a sharpened C. But I think it wants to say 5/2. Or 5/2, I think, or something like that. Okay, nice secondary dominant action here. A secondary leading tone chord can be used in place of a secondary dominant chord. A secondary leading tone chord. Ah, so by leading tone he means he wants to... Okay, so hold on. Let me actually start to writing the notes. So we've learned so far that we can replace not books. We can replace chords with their secondary dominant form to lead into... Okay, you know what? Let me just write it down first. Let me get the... Oh my gosh, get the full citation of this book that we're reading first, so that I just have it. This book is called Jazz Theory Resources. That's... I have caps lock on. Jazz Theory Resources, Volume 1. By Bert Ligon. That's his name. Book titles you underline. Okay. And then let's have here, doink, another thing. Let me scoot back in my chair a little bit, sorry. I have like a pillow on my chair, but it like loses its shape every now and then because I sit down for so long, so I gotta puff it up every now and then. It's just like a throw pillow though, so it's not a big deal. Okay, so, oh my gosh, I need more desk space. My desk is not big enough for this, because these books are so large. Okay, so basically what he's saying here is that in a chord progression, a chord may be a chord may be preceded. I don't want to... Chord may be preceded by its secondary dominance, or by its... See, I don't want to write... I don't want to write these sentences in a way that's too esoteric. So, a random and wholly unrelated question, but is a tritone appoggiatura funny? Like an entire tritone appoggiatura? Where's the appoggiatura? Like this? How do I even write another note here? It doesn't even want to play it. That's pretty funny. In fact, it doesn't even sound possible. It sounds like chopsticks. Okay. So, a chord may be preceded by its secondary dominance. Is there an easier way I can word that without it sounding like a bunch of nonsense? I want to put this in like layman's terms. Like, I understand what it means, and I hope that you guys understand what it means, but I want this to be as easy to understand as possible. Chord progression, a chord might be, instead of preceded, let's say, I think preceded is an okay word. A chord may be preceded by its secondary dominance, by the chord a fifth above, maybe? That's a little... by the chord a fifth above it. Theory, no, I'm burning. Okay, listen. I'm kind of a voracious eater of all theory that I can get my hands on. And my goal is to make it as easy as possible for you to understand, alright? Which is why I'm doing this. In a chord progression, chord may be preceded by the chord a fifth above it. I think that's fair to say. So let's write down our funny chord progression here. 5. Let's write it in 7th chords for funsies. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so first we need to have our like stock chord progression, I think. So. Let me do this. I'm going to add we're gonna have like a 5-bar progression here. So tonic to tonic. Here, instead of this, we'll have a 6th chord. Maybe put this A down here, that would be fun. That's not A. Nah, just have a little cluster here. That's a beautiful cluster. Okay, so we're gonna have this. And then we're gonna have a section break here. Layout. Do I have a cooler sound font for this? Let's do the Dream Piano. Ooh, I like that. Okay, yeah, let's have the E piano. Beautiful. Okay. So next what we want to do is move this dude right here. Why did you not do what I want you to? So let me write here example chord progression. Okay. And I pulled this example chord progression from... Let me add a dash here. This is... what was his name? Ligon, I believe. This is chapter 8, page 152. Okay. Again, let's write my citations so you guys can refer to the book if you get a copy of it yourself, which I suggest you do by going to your library and asking for it. Please. Okay. So let's write down a progression here. I guess I don't need to strictly follow voice leading rules, but like all the bones in my body are like, you gotta do it, you gotta follow the voice leading rules. Okay, you gotta be faster than that, bro. I'm writing it in whole notes just for clarity, because whole notes are easy to look at, but also you gotta be faster. Presto! Presto ain't fast enough. Prestissimo! Prestissimo ain't fast enough. Do 300 BPM. Okay, it's pushing it a little too much. 250. Okay, you're just kind of here, just in the corner there. This is just for playback reasons, so. And then it wants 2. Minor 2, in fact. And then 5. Let me just write this down. 2, 5, 1. Beautiful. Okay, good enough. Okay, in a chord progression, a chord may be preceded by the chord. A chord may be preceded by the chord a fifth above it. I feel like I wrote the word chord a bit too many times here. Any chord may be preceded by... I guess I can't really write it any better than that. So... let me mark here. It wants to do an A major chord here. And I'll write here 5 over 2. And I should write here this chord is a fifth above 2. How do I make a note here? 2 chord is D minor. And then chord a fifth above D minor is A major. Maybe something like that. Maybe in C major, the 2 chord is D minor. The chord do like in bullet points. Hello. In descending fifth progressions, you can substitute the diatonic chords for major chords. These are called secondary dominant, something like that. See, I understand the description, but I'm really trying to write this in the easiest way possible. So I just want to use simple terms like fifth and stuff. I guess I can say it's called a secondary dominant, but that's not really necessary. I'm not writing a textbook. I'm writing a short guide. But yeah. Any chord may be preceded by the chord a fifth above it. So let me highlight here this new chord that we wrote. I'm gonna highlight it in blue. Beautiful. And let me also highlight this text in blue. Also, oh dang it, I wanted to highlight only a little bit of the text. I wanted to highlight the A major text in blue. Okay, whatever, just put it back in black then. Back in black! And how do I like emphasize that this is the chord that we preceded by a chord a fifth above it? Okay. Maybe if I just make you guys red mobile. Yippee, hooray for voice leading. Okay. I think I should include another example of this happening though, hold on. Let me add some more measures here. Doink, 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 doink. Let's add another system break here. Layout, doink. Let's do this again, but replace one of y'all with another secondary dominance. Actually, it looks like we ain't got no more secondary dominance. I guess, yeah, this is really the only place in the whole thing where there isn't a descending fifth. Whoopsies. Okay, looks like this progression is a bit too small for this. Because that's a fifth, technically, if you do like this. And then this is a fifth. And then this is a fifth, and this ain't a fifth. Which means I would have to change this chord to an E major or minor chord. Which would work for reasons that are beyond jazz, but whatever. Okay. Maybe I should have 2 examples. Just to... It can go 2 to 5. I mean, yeah, but that's already what's happening in the progression. So... I'd need like a different kind of progression. This is the... Oh, make it major 2. See, yeah, I guess it works. And that is right, but... See, the way that the book explains it says that this is a 5 over 2 chord, which is why this works, but I think of it as a 6 chord, a major 6 chord. And since these are tonic chords, and this is a functionally tonic and subdominant chord, it's like the bridge between these two. That's how I think about it, but this book suggests that this works because this is the dominant of this chord. And I guess we can do that other example. I'll just have to recolor you dudes. Hold on, let me just get this progression here. And change you to 5 over 5. 5 chord is G major, chord a fifth above G major, major is D major. I guess you could also do both, you know, like this. Yippee! Hooray for descending fifths. Okay. Let's write here. You guys are going to be blue dabba D, and you're going to be red dabba D. I definitely prefer to think of them as secondary dominants, which tonicize other chords. That's not how I look about it, but of course, I think my way might be a bit unique. Also, this text ain't supposed to be blue. You're supposed to be black. Thank you. Okay. See, this is why I thought maybe I should have another progression, but I really can't think of a progression that gets more basic than this. I mean, I could write, okay, for example, if I write, let's add 5 measures here, and add another break here, copy, paste. Nope, okay, that don't work. If I do like, maybe I should have a major and a minor progression. That would probably be good. So let's do A minor here, just to keep it in the same key, or not the same key, well, the same amount of, they're relative keys. So that A is a little bit difficult to hear. Maybe if I write it in the soprano. Maybe that's not necessary. I don't, okay, you know what, that's fine. And let me replace this with minor 1. So we have here 1, and we want to end on 1, just to keep it super basic. And the technique that he suggested was to use like chords that come before here. So, oh, I know that jazz in particular likes to use melodic minor, which is almost like harmonic minor, but not quite. I would play the melodic minor scale for you guys if you don't know it already, but my MIDI keyboard is not doing what I want. Maybe I can, hold on. I just need to make sure I'm not accidentally typing in notes, because it does that sometimes. There you go. Nope. 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 There you go. This keyboard is like a producer's keyboard, not necessarily a pianist's keyboard. It feels so awkward on my hands. But yeah, like that. That's the melodic. Beautiful. Okay, so it does work. It's just not as nice as it's a little bit of delay and such, but whatever. So I believe here in the A minor progression, we could have, I know we can have a C major chord come before. If we had like a nice E, and then maybe C augmented here would be nice and pretty. I want to use all these voices though. Find augmented chord, C augmented, blah blah blah. I could have... maybe not. To keep it simple again. Why is there a D minor and C major? Please don't show me. I can only play pentatonic at most. Okay. Do not worry. That is what I'm here for. Okay. Let us write out the chords in C major. C major scale. You know it, you love it. Let's build chords out of the C major scale. Whoopsies. There you go. All I did was take the C major scale and put 2 notes on top of it, and they're spaced out by thirds. So you can see here on the sheet music, they're spaced out by a line and a space. They're that far apart. And they sound like this. Those are the chords that exist in C major. They're called diatonic, which basically means, you don't even know what that word means. Basically it means that there are no funny sharps or flats. There's none of that. There's none of this happening. There's none of this stuff happening. None of that, alright? It just means it's easy peasy, These are the chords that are built off of it. And you'll notice here that there are some very funny chords that exist in C major. So there's C major, C, E, G. Let me pull up the piano roll, maybe that's helpful. There you go. C, E, G here. And the next chord above it, the next note from C is D. And you notice if we just stack these thirds on top, you'll get D, F, and A, which builds this beautiful D minor chord, which is how we have a D minor chord in the key of C major. You might know that there are the three main important chords in C major, which are C major, F major, and G major. These chords are all numbered based on their degree. So by degree, it basically means which, starting from the first note, how far it is away from the first note. So we start with 1, which we mark with a Roman numeral, 2, 3, whoopsies, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then back to 1. Beautiful. Easy peasy, right? So when you hear me refer to a 4 chord, I will be referring to the 4th note in C major. So a 4th above C is F, therefore I'm referring to the F major chord. If you hear me say 5, it means I'm talking about the chord a 5th above C, which is G major. If I say 2, then I'm talking about the chord that's a 2nd above C major, so that's D minor. Now, why am I able to use D minor in the key of C major? Like, you probably know that these 4 chords, or these 3 chords work together. C, F, and G. And they work together fine. Mozart used them for basically all of his music. But why am I still able to use this D minor chord even though it's none of those? And as a matter of fact, how would I even use all these other chords, like this dude here? This is a diminished chord. What a funny sound it makes. Well, there are a lot of explanations that people will give you as to which chords to use and where, but I think the easy peasiest example and the way that I think about it personally is this. Notice that when you have a C major chord here, there are chords which it sounds similar to. So C major is similar to this E minor chord, which is the 3-1, and they're similar. You'll notice here they're only off by 1 note. They share this E and G, and they're only different because of this 1 note here. This is a B, where this is a C. Let me move this B down here. You'll notice that these chords are very similar except for this 1 note here. This basically means that 1 and 3 are related to each other because they share these 2 notes. They sound quite similar to each other because they're only differing by 1 note. Same with the 4 chord and the 2 chord. They share this F and A, but they only differ by this 1 note here, which means they're similar. And because they're so similar, you can replace them with each other. So basically how this chord progression works is that the 1 and 6 chord, you'll notice here, they are similar. They share this C and E, but they're only different because of this G and this A. They're only different by like a step. Which means that they can follow each other or they can replace each other. If we have, for example, a progression like this, using just 1, 4, 5, and 1, we can replace chords with chords that they're related to. So that means we can replace 1 with a 6, because 6 is similar to 1, just off by 1 note. But this also means that we can replace 1 with 3. Which, as you remember here, 3 is similar to 1 because they're off by just 1 note. So we can actually just replace this with 3. And it'll keep the same function. And also, you can replace 4 with a chord that it's similar with. So 4 is similar to 6, they share this A and C. It's also similar to 2 because 4 shares this F and A. So I'll just mark in this wonderful 2 chord. And also we can replace 5 with a chord that it's similar to. Let's see. 5 shares this B and D with 7, right? But it also shares this G and B with 3. So 5 is similar to these chords here. I already used 3, so I'm going to use 7. Now, because the chords are similar to each other, they are able to replace or follow each other, but the progression will still sound kind of mostly the same. And this is why you're able to write so many different kinds of progressions using just these 7 chords. That's how that works. Now, what we're doing here by reading this jazz book, let me undo all my changes. Okay. That's the basis of what we call functional harmony, because all of those chords have functions. And they can replace each other because their functions are the same. The 1, 3, and 6 chord have the same function, so they can replace each other. The 4, 2, and 6 chords have the same function, so they can replace each other. The 5, 3, and 7 chords have the same function, so they can replace each other. And that's how you write chord progressions that are basically just 1, 4, 5, 1, 1, 4, 5, 1 infinitely, but you just keep replacing them with different chords to get different effects. And basically what we're learning here in this jazz harmony lesson, I guess I'm giving, even though I don't really know about this, I'm reading off of a book here, is that we're learning about new ways to replace chords. So for example, what we did here is that we took this progression and we replaced this chord here with this chord. And the reason that I gave last time for being able to replace this chord here is because it's similar to another chord, so we can just replace it with the chord that it's similar to. But here they give a different reason. We know that 5 chords like to go to 1 chords. That's just a priori knowledge of how music works. Our ears like to hear this when we go from 5 to 1. Now, if we take this chord here, this chord is just like, we just kind of picked it randomly. We just like picked this chord, and I'm like, I want to change one of these chords, and I'm going to pick this chord to be the basis off of which I change the other chords. I say here, this chord is a D minor chord, and I'm going to treat it like it's the 1 chord. So in order to lead to this new chord, which we call 1, quote unquote, we know that chords like to move from 5 to 1, so why don't we just write a 5 to 1 progression here, which is exactly what we did. This chord is a 5th above D. I can prove it here. You can see these are separated by a 5th. I just moved it an octave down. This is an A major chord, which is a 5th above D minor. And then voila, yippee, new progression. But what I want to do here is that I want to write, this is a major chord progression, these are guys major, I want to write a minor chord progression so that we have like 2 different kinds. I'm not sure if we're going to get into like church modes or whatever in this book, which are super cool, but let's see. How am I going to write this? What kind of chord progression did I write here? Right, an augmented thing. That's kind of funny sounding. Maybe I should just have a normal 5. 5 is E minor. That was so intuitive. You are welcome. I want it to be easy, all right? Harmony is not hard. It's not hard. It's actually really easy, but it seems so daunting to some people, and that's something I want to change, which is why I'm trying to write this as easy as possible for people to understand, because it is easy. It's just like you need to be taught it in a way that doesn't suck. I don't think we need this A here, because this A is already sounding in the bass. Okay, I want a minor 5 here. Only you can make chordal harmony simple. I wish to. I'll have to read like something on chordal harmony, see if there are any funny books around. I could do like 1, major 6, minor 4, major 5, 1, then replace 6 with a 5 over 4, so it becomes... Okay. Actually... I'm feeling a little spicy today. Maybe I want to write. No, I'm so tempted to write a Phrygian progression, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna stick to minor. I'll go with your suggestion because that sounds like I mean, it's just the same progression, but in minor. But yeah, A, F, F. Let's move F upwards. 6. Okay, yeah. And then minor 4 would be, whatchamacallit, D minor. I guess technically that means you would have to be like that. That's what a 1, 2, 3. That's a 7. That's a sharp 9. Kind of a flat 9 instead. That doesn't sound as cool as I hoped it would be. Probably because it needs to be minor to sound good. Oh well. Just have this wonderful 9th here. These sound really similar to each other because of the way I've written them. Whoopsie daisies. How about we... you don't have to be a 7th chord. Don't put extensions here, just to be a pure A minor chord. I think that works. Shirgies. So we have 2 thingies here that are blah blah blah, replacing each other, doink. And then we could do the same thing that we had here where we had a U moving along. Which would mean you were the 5/4. And change color to blue. Also, I think what I did last time was I made the page bigger so that I could fit more examples on. Let me do that actually. Page settings. I think I did it in A5 paper. No, the opposite of that. A3 paper. There you go. Okay. And so here are my 2 progressions, and then I'll just separate these with a double bar line, doink. And then I'll do this similar thing here. Insert number of measures, insert 5. Dang it, I did it after. No, insert after my selection, dum-dum. Insert after selection, 5 measures. Oh wait, gotta get rid of this, okay. Put a bar line here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, add a section break here, layout, doink, okay. Okay, so here are my 2 progressions. Another bar line. Let me add a thick bar line, actually. Okay, I'm gonna say major key progression and minor key progression. So we have 2 examples to work with. I'm not gonna cite this guy because I wrote my own. It's whatever. I'm already referring to him in my page though. Okay, so we have this happening. I don't like that the text is getting a little bit cut off. That's really bothering me. I'm gonna make this text a teensy bit smaller, I think. Oh, it's already 10 point, make it 8 points. Okay, 8 point is fine. It's a PDF anyway, you can zoom in. And then let's take, yeah. Let me highlight you guys in red. And say here in A minor. The 4 chord is D minor. The chord, well, actually, now that I look at it, this is the exact same replacement, but just in a minor key. Well, here I go. Well, that's just how it is. Here, let's take a minor key progression. And we're going to do the same thing here where we replace this chord here. So the 5/5 here will be, whatchamacallit, B major. Move B downwards. D sharp. Other option is replace 4 with a 5/5. Yeah, that's what I just did. That's my second example, which is actually a different thingy. Let me replace you with blue and replace you with red. Rubea. And let's write here. In A minor. Whoopsies. A minor. The 5 chord is E major. And chord a 5th above G, not E, G, I was looking at the text above there, is B major. I mean, see, technically, you can write D minor, or like this doesn't necessarily have to be a major 5, it could be a minor 5 too. That would be a 2 diatonic though, so I'm not sure if that'll like fit with the theme. Anyway, also these are anharmonic. Fun. Let's let. Okay, that's too big a jump in the bass. Maybe we can write like an E there. And then sure, that works. Okay. And now what's next? Backing up one more, replacing the progression allows the insertion of a 6/7, which creates a longer passage. Okay. Secondary dominant chords can replace diatonic chords. That was what we did. Okay, new thing. Let me add some more space here. Can I insert like hundreds of measures, please? Just so I don't have to keep doing this. There you go. Chances of me using all of them, 0, but I have all of them. Okay. A secondary leading tone chord can be used in place of a secondary dominant chord. C sharp diminished 7, the 7/2, creates a chromatically ascending bass line which returns to the downward 5th motion with the 2. Okay. So basically, I can't, oh my gosh. So in layman's terms, basically what it's saying is, if I could also, can I unindent the page style? Enable indentation, there you go. Get rid of that. Layout, doink. The chord progression. Okay, I don't have to repeat myself. Hold on. Let me just remove this part. Any chord may be preceded by the chord a half step below it. Or maybe not a half step below. Maybe to really drive the because this is a secondary dominant, therefore it's a 5th. I think saying a half step below it is a little bit misleading because it's a secondary 7th chord, right? So I should say it's a major 7th above it. I think that's a bit more clear. I guess also a minor 7th would work. I mean, that's what the book says. I'm just going to go by the book. But I also think that you can replace a chord that's a minor 7th above it because of reasons. Let's write down our progression. Doink. And add our bar lines and add our progression here. Major key progression. It specifically has to be a diminished chord. By the diminished chord, by the, that's right here, the major chord. And that's the diminished chord, a major 7th above it. There you go. I think that's clear, true to the book, and also, or the vast majority of the time. Yeah, the thing is, like, this is like groundwork, but obviously, like, it doesn't have to be I spelled diminished wrong, didn't I? It doesn't have to be diminished. I think technically, because of functions, it can be anything. It could be a major chord, minor chord, augmented, diminished. It doesn't matter which one it is. I think maybe just diminished is the easiest to like start with, you know. But I think technically, it can be any of them. Again, it depends on your taste, and there are like thousands of exceptions or whatever. Okay, so here, yeah, they replaced the. Let's make you red again. I guess I can just copy paste this. Oh wait, you're the wrong thing. Copy paste this. Okay, so it suggests having a C sharp here, C sharp diminished. Okay, and then we write, after I turn this to blue, dabba D, bop bop. It's right here. It's right here in C major. The 2 chord is D minor. I mean, I probably don't have to repeat myself. I'm just going to for convenience. A chord, a major 7th above D minor is C sharp diminished. Here, maybe I should just abbreviate. No, this is fine. But if you hear, yes, and then a major chord above, and then major chord, and major chord. The diminished chord, diminished. Okay, you know what? I have enough space. I'll just write out the full word. And then we have something similar happening here. I mean, it just gives that example for it, but I'm sure you can do the same thing with this chord that we're replacing over here. So that would be, whatchamacallit, F sharp. And see, the way, because technically this is true. Oh, sorry, I think I just forgot to write this. Diminished 7 over 2. But the way I think about this is that this is a sharp 4 chord. This is a Lydian chord, which is how I think about it. This is very specifically a Lydian chord, but it's still a 4 chord, so it still leads into 5. That's how I think about it. But the way they suggest you think about it is that this is a 7 over 5 chord. So that's what I'm going to do. I mean, of course, it's just 2 different ways of saying the same thing. Top note should be spelled as E flat. You're right. Also, hey, wait a second. You're supposed to be blue. Blue. Okay. In C major, the 5 chord is G major. The diminished chord, A major 7th above G major is F sharp diminished. It's going out of the page now. Now I worry slightly. Maybe I should just do this. Okay, I'll just abbreviate major, the word diminished since it's long. You guys like my keyboard sounds? There you go. And I'll also do the same thing here. I guess it just depends, what do you want to think of the harmony as belonging to the home key or belonging to the key of the targeted chord? See, I'm wondering if, like, these two ways of thinking, either modally or, how would you even call this way? Like, chord substitutionally? It says harmonic substitutions, but using modes is also harmonic substitution, just a different method. So I guess they're just two sides of the exact same coin. It's just one of them is, you know, a modern thought and one of them is an older thought. Actually, no, modal interchange isn't even like a... Is it even an old thought? I mean, I guess there's like... You borrow the Ionian fifth and the Aeolian scale, right? When you have the harmonic minor. But like, I don't even know if that's... I don't even know if that's how they thought about it. Like when... Okay, whatever. Not the point. Diminished chord, a major seventh above D minor is C sharp diminished. And the diminished chord, a major seventh above G minor is F sharp diminished. Okay, maybe I'll write here... Also, example chord progressions. Any chord may be preceded by the major chord a fifth above it. The major, let me say the new chord will lead down a fifth to the next chord. Maybe that's one way to put it. The way they thought about it was, ooh, funny noises. Oh, I see. Welcome back, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. The new chord will lead up a major, not a major, a minor second. It's not even how it's like a leading tone. I don't really want to like explain why the leading tone works. A chord will act as a leading tone chord to the next chord. I think that's a fair way of putting it. The new chord will act as a leading tone chord to the next chord. That assumes that you know what a leading tone is, but whatever. Okay, more substitutions. A dominant, or wait, hold on, I forgot to do the same thing but for minor, that's right. Let me get the minor key progression. Lots and lots of examples. Examples. And unlike books, I think you should actually be able to hear these examples because of this beautiful thing called MuseScore. Let's see. Minor key progression. So, it would be a C sharp. A C sharp diminished here, which I believe is not the same substitution this time. Oh my gosh. C sharp, G, B flats. I guess there's C sharp here again. And then, oh wait, did I? Okay, yeah, I did that. So, diminished 7 over what? 4. Man, I wish there was a quicker way to change colors. MuseScore devs, I know you're all watching at the same time right now. Give me what I want. I spelled major wrong. In C major. I think I even called out the fact that I spelled it wrong, and I still spelled it wrong. In A minor, the 4 chord is D minor. The diminished chord a major 7th above D minor is C. It is the same. Major. You're right, it is major. Dang it. Okay, whatever. This one at least should be different. Because you're sharp 4. Yippee. You're 7 over 5 again. D sharp, F sharp, A, C, D sharp. I believe this must be correct. Once again, change my colors. Blue and red. Oh yeah. An A minor, the 5 chord is E major. The diminished chord, a major 7th above E major is D sharp, diminished. Let's reduce that font size to 8 pixels, 8 points, sorry. And let's move on to the next example. The dominant chord may be replaced by its tritone substitute dominant. Oh, that is a terrible phrase. Tritone substitute dominant. The rest of the stream in that voice. A dominant chord may be replaced by its tritone substitute dominant when the dominant chord is resolving down a 5th. If the dominant chord is resolving deceptively, it is in 2, 5, 6. A tritone substitute dominant would not be appropriate. The roots of a sequence of tritone substitutions may progress in downward fifths and debate. Okay, what? A tritone substitute. Okay, I haven't actually thought about this. I believe a tritone substitution is when you do this. This B and F here are a tritone, so you just replace it with another chord that has this tritone, like that. Like it still retains this tritone. I think that's what a tritone substitution is, but I'm not exactly sure. So we have that, but then we keep this tritone, but we just replace it with another chord that has this. Actually, we need to do like this, so the chords because let's do like this, so it's easier to see. This tritone here wants to move to this beautiful major 6th here. But then we can use a chord that still retains this tritone, it'll still sound the same, if I do this. But I think there must be a very specific tritone kind of stuff. Okay, I'm actually not very knowledgeable about this. I'm sure this book actually has a chapter in it. Let me look. Triadic generation, blah blah blah, diatonic harmony, harmonic progressions, secondary dominance, tritone substitution. Okay, that's 127, page 127. Let me go take a look-see about how this works. Tritone substitution, the dissonant and augmented 4th interval between the 4th and the 7th tones of this major harmonic minor scale is called a tritone. From 3 whole steps between the pitches, the tritone is the major 3rd and minor 7th of the dominant chord, and the active tones of the chord. The tritone dissonance wants to resolve to a in contrary stepwise motion. At A, the B pulls up to the tonic pitch C, and the F resolves down to the major or minor 3rd. The tritone resolves in contrary step motion. 2 dominant chords, a tritone apart, share the same tritone. 2 dominant chords, a tritone apart, share the same tritone. It's replaced with dominant 7 with the dominant 7 chord a tritone away, so G7 gets replaced for D flat 7C. Oh, so you mean the flat 2-1 progression. Like that. I see, that's what it is. I see now. Yeah, because this is enharmonic to, what, B and F, which is the same stuff that we saw before. I see. That's a tritone substitution, so... How exactly do they explain it here? 2 dominant chords, a tritone apart, share the same tritone. A G7 and D flat 7 have the same 3rd and 7th, although inverted with an enharmonic spelling. Goodness. The F is a 3rd of the... Okay, I see. See, I get that, but I'm not sure if I can explain that in a way that's super easy to understand for this. Because the way I think about it is it's the flat 2-1 progression. That's how I think about it. And that works because it's a kind of plagal-ish cadence. But it's a little different. Okay. A dominant chord may be replaced by its tritone substitute dominant when the dominant chord is resolving down a fifth. If the dominant chord is resolving deceptively, a tritone substitution would not be appropriate. The roots of a sequence of tritone substitutions may progress in downwards fifths. The bass line and the chromatic harmony create motion which points away and ultimately resolves back to the tonic. Okay, so this isn't even like chord replacements. This is like an entirely new progression. So actually I'm going to skip that. You just make a note on note sheet on modulation trust. I really do want to, but not yet. I can tell you how to modulate using my techniques that I've used to modulate to some pretty wacky keys. I'm pretty sure this book is going to get into that because if there is one genre that modulates better than any other, it's jazz, okay? Classical music ain't got nothing on the modulations that jazz does. So hopefully we'll get to the chapter on that, but if not, I'll just do it next time. But I still have to finish the orchestration one. I'm just doing this one first, or just doing them like alternately. Progression in countless 32 measure forms and the blues resolve back to the tonic chord in the last two measures and begin again on the same tonic chord. The resolution to the tonic chord in those... Okay, hold on. The resolution to the tonic chord in those final two measures can be avoided by using the 3/7 chord or the one first inversion chord as a substitute for 1. Okay, so basically what it's saying is that if you're writing a repeating chord progression, going back to the tonic in its root position, so going back to C major over C in a C major progression will sound too final. So if you're repeating the chord progression again, put that chord in first inversion, C major that is, so C major over E, or replace it with this 3 chord, E minor, E minor 7 chords, so E, G, B, D, which works because the 3 chord is related to the 1 chord, and that 3 chord will lead nicely to your next part. Okay, so and also, yeah, the reason they give here is because in the progression here, if we replace this chord with an E minor chord, so just imagine this is an E minor chord, and this is an A minor chord, right? So it's once again another secondary dominant kind of situation where we move from E minor to A minor. And I guess also here E major would work, right? So E minor, E major, they would resolve down to this A minor. So it's once again descending fifths all the way down. Okay. Personally, I try not to use I don't really think of it as in a descending fifths way. I think it's not limiting. It's just not the way I like to write. I think the modal progression is a bit more free than a falling progression, but I guess this is a whole chapter on turnaround progressions, and I don't think it really quite explained what the word turnaround progression was, but maybe I did literally skip all the way to chapter 8, so I'd probably discussed it somewhere before. Actually, maybe I can do that here. Like, because these substitutions are the same, I think maybe I'll do something else. So instead of having 5/4, maybe I can have like a 3 chord here or something. So let's do that, maybe. I also like this minor 6 a lot, or major 6, sorry. So maybe I can do something here. Let's replace this with the dominant here, which should be C. Let's do C minor. But it said it's the major chord a fifth above it. Dang it, so it'll be modulating from C major to A minor. Okay, not exactly what I want. I guess I'll keep this. Okay, well... E7 is the 5/7 or 6 chord, and can also be inserted in the progression to avoid the tonic chord. If the tonic chord tones are sounded over E7, they create colorful extensions. Great. Descending chromatic bass line is shown using all the dominant chords. Okay. 6, 2, 5, 7, 1. Okay, that's a chromatic progression. E7 can also have a tritone substitution. B flat 7 may be a long way from the tonic chord, but it may sound interesting as the C triad over B flat 7 yields other colorful extensions. The progression below has a baseline of descending fifths using all tritone substitution. Okay, so this is just going into like tritone substitution stuff. Which I guess I should write down. I kind of wanted to avoid it, but I guess tritone substitution is a big thing here. I imagine jazz is built off of mostly 7th chords, so I guess I can't avoid writing down tritone substitution. But again, I want to explain tritone substitution in like layman's terms, right? So how would I do that? I mean, these chords seem to only be different by this one. No, they're not only different by that one note. They're different by these 2 notes. How do I explain this? They share the same tritone, but they're spelled differently. What's the relationship between these 2 chords? This is a G chord, this is a D flat chord. I mean, it's the chord a tritone away, right? So that's what, an augmented 4th. So the chord an augmented 4th away is the same, right? And so like, if I just move this down to an augmented 4th, yeah. Or okay, I think I can do that. A 5 chord may be replaced by the chord a tritone augmented 4th / diminished 5th. By the chord a tritone above. I mean tritone above and below, because the tritone splits the octave in half, right? So a tritone away from it. Okay, so if I do it like that, there doesn't seem to be there's no like Roman numeral analysis for tritones. It doesn't seem like the notation they give here is that they give tritone sub 4x, but also because of the way Roman numeral analysis works, this is a little strange. I could probably fix that with staff text though. Okay, so basically, let's take our Majorque progression. I guess there's only one 5 chord here, so... it says a dominant chord, so I guess it could be any dominant chord. Let me mark here, I guess. This new chord is called a secondary dominant chord. And let me italicize that. Okay. And then I guess now I can also use the word secondary dominant, but I'm not happy about it. I kind of wanted to avoid using words like that because it feels a little esoteric, but I think it's going to be okay. A secondary dominant chord may be replaced by the chord a tritone away from it. So we can do a dominant chord or secondary dominant chord. A dominant chord, let me put this in parentheses. May be replaced by a tritone, by the chord a tritone away from it. Okay. This seems like a... instead of making it super wordy, let me just write here. A tritone is an augmented fourth or a diminished fifth. Okay. So I guess I can do like basically all of these examples. So we have the bass chord progression, we have this substitution and this substitution that we could like use for that. So let's do this. First let's start with the easy peasy progression. How am I gonna just get rid of this? Add staff text here. Tritone. A substitution for 5. This is how they notated it. See, this is where the spacing would go a long way. Hold on, let me add a break here. Layout, doink. There you go. This is a tritone substitution for 5, and basically it looks like this. Okay, highlight you in blue. And I guess here, actually, in these other two measures, I'm going to show the tritone substitution. That would probably be better. So the original chord was this G chord here. And then this is the tritone substitute chord. Okay, so we can see that this is an augmented fourth away. And it's still diminished by the... or is it diminished? It's not diminished, it's a major chord. I'll say the major chord, a tritone away from it. Okay, let me highlight you in red. Okay, maybe I want a different kind of bar line here instead of double bar line. Maybe a dashed one. No, that's not obvious enough. Yeah, like that. Or maybe I should. No, double bar lines are fine. Okay, we see this is an augmented fourth away. How do I mark this as an augmented fourth? Okay, let's write this. In what? C major, the 5. Oh my gosh. Just copy this. I don't want to have to change the font size every time. In C major, the 5 chord is G major. The major chord, tritone away from G major is D flat major. Oh no, there's not enough space here. Oopsie doodles, can I move you guys to be smaller? Can you guys come closer? No. I can do this. That's not very helpful. I can do that. That's not very helpful either. Here, we can just... There you go. That works. Okay, and then let's do something similar for this progression here, or this guy. Can text be made smaller? I can make it even smaller, but this is already 8-point text. I don't really want to make it any smaller than that. It's going to be too small, so. I mean, again, this will be like a PDF, so you can just zoom in, but, you know, the entire page will look like this on your screen, so you gotta zoom in. Okay, either way. Now let's work on a tritone substitution for you. Let's uncolor you. And then you have to be a tritone substitution. So the chord, you're 5/7 over 2, or 5/2. So your tritone substitution is going to be D sharp major, because that's an augmented fourth away. So D sharp. Is that correct? That sounds correct. Tritone substitution for 5/2. Add a layout break here. There you go, and add in our bar lines. Bar lines, doink. And let's see, the original chord was what? This guy. Make you guys red mobile. Appearance, color, red. Not you though. Okay. In C major. Oh man, but the I don't think I need to mention this actually. Major chord, a tritone away from, what chord is this? A major is D sharp major, or E flat major, but I just did D sharp major. They're the same anyway. Yippee! Okay, and then, so now that we have this, I could do it for one more example. I'll just skip to the minor chord example. Doink. Add a, not double bar line, a break here, layout. Wish there were more keybinds for this. Bar lines, doink. This dude here, I'm gonna replace you, get replaced with an A sharp chord. A sharp, what? A sharp, C sharp. That's correct, ain't it? Yeah, A sharp, E sharp, C, G sharp. That's the substitution, right? Am I right on that? I must be missing something. This doesn't seem correct. The tritone is here. It needs D. Wait, what am I doing wrong? This was a E major chord, so it moves to an A sharp major chord, right? A sharp, C, E sharp, G sharp. This is not E, this is D, C. What? This doesn't seem correct at all. This G sharp, how? Doing wrong. What am I missing? A sharp, E sharp. We have, oh, I wrote it as an E flat on my keyboard. Dang it. Then it ain't gonna be a tritone substitution if I don't replace the tritone. How is that supposed to work? Or maybe if I write this as a B flat. It'll make more sense to me. Because you share this note here and this note here. Okay. I don't know what I did wrong here, but somehow writing it like this makes more sense in my brain now. I'm not sure what I did wrong, but whatever, I got there in the end. You got to be blue, 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 blue. And remove this. You are a tritone substitution for 5. Both of yous. There you go. And let's write our explanation down. Parents. Color. Okay. The major chord to tritone away from E major is B flat major. Or A sharp major, but I don't know what I did wrong there. I think maybe I'm just an idiot. Anyway. Now let's do one more example with the minor progressions. Do this one maybe. Let me unread this guy. Get unreaded. And you're going to be a tritone substitution for 5/5 eventually. And then we'll have, whatchamacallit, double bar lines here. And a separator right here. Put you over here. Oh wait, no, you're not the substitution yet. Put the original chord here. Make you color red. Man, this is so tedious. There you go. And then the tritone substitution for 5/5. What is this? B. So your substitution is going to be F. Major. Hey, wait a minute. That's the exact same chord that came before it. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. Looks like I'll have to use the other progression then. Now it looks like I already substituted my tritones elsewhere. Unbelievable. Okay, hold on. You reset color. You're going to be tritone sub for 5/4. Over 4, eventually. I ain't written it in yet. You're going to be color red. Okay, so you're going to be actually the same thing that we had over here. It's a B flat diminished chord. Or major chord, sorry. Okay. The doctor says my tritone is sick and I need to substitute it. I need to find a donor. Well, your life's gonna be funky. The rest of your life, you gotta be all funky with your tritone subs. I'm very sorry to say this. Actually, why would I be sorry for being funky? Let's see. Major chord, a tritone away from... Okay, well, this is the same reasoning again, but it's the different progression this time. Okay, whatever. That works. Progression in countless 32 measure forms and blues was all affected to tonic chord and the last two measures. Okay, we did that already. E7, blah, 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 blah. I have a tritone substitution, B flat 7. It may be a long way from the tonic chord, but it may sound interesting as the C triad over yield some stuff. Okay. So we could say here, the one chord may be replaced. The tonic chord may be replaced by the chord a minor third above it. Is that one way to put it? I guess that could be one way, but I'm not super happy about it. I mean, that'd be like the simplest layman's way of explaining it. It can be explained, and then it would just be 3. And then you can do some funny tritone substitutions there. Okay. Yeah, this is basically like a descending fifth progression, but full of tritone subs, which is how they're creating these chromatic progressions. Chords from the parallel minor can be used for a color change. I think it's true of both kinds of progressions, like a parallel major, parallel minor. Chords can be stolen from either one for color changes. That's called a modal interchange, baby. And you don't just have to do it for parallel keys, you can do it from any of the modes. But for simplicity, I guess I'll just do what the book says. Okay. My thing is, like, this requires you to understand what the parallel key means. Chords may be replaced by their minor slash major. That's not exactly what the book's saying. By their counterparts from the parallel key. From the parallel key. Parallel keys share the same tonic first note. Like that, okay. I'm not really sure how to convey this. That's an easy way to do this. But, I mean... So if we look at our glorious modal interchange chart here, if we treat this as C major, and this is C minor, then we can steal some chords from here, like this wonderful flat 6 chord that I love. A flat major. And you know what? Screw it. Make this diminished too. Actually, no. Make this a minor 5. And no, it would probably sound better if the chords borrowed from the other keys were together. So you be diminished too, which means A flat. There you go. Okay. How do I... In C major, the 6th chord is A minor. In C minor, the 6th chord is A flat major. Maybe like that. And then I guess I need to also make a note for the 2 that I have down here. Let's shrink you. Get shrunken. I guess it could do something stupid like that. Is there like a spacer that I can do here? Edit elements. Can I do like measure properties to make the measure super duper long? Let's see. Move measures, measure properties. Layout stretch, 3. That's not even long enough. 5. That's long enough. And I guess something similar will have to happen here. There you go. Okay, I guess I ain't gonna leave no space for this, but that's okay. Maybe 5 is a bit too much. Measure properties, go to 4. Or actually, since you guys are together, I can do both of you at the same time. Measure properties. Nope, that's not true. I can't do that. No, go 2. And then you also do 2. Was that a chair squeaking I just heard? No, that was me adjusting my microphone. Pretty squeaky, ain't it? Okay. Chords may be replaced by their, hold on. Nope. Why are you all the way down there? Your page 153. Why is your microphone squeaking tuned to a G-ish? I don't know, that ain't my fault. Okay. Beautiful. I have these 2 chords that we replaced, so I will mark them in blue dabba D. Blue. The text I don't want to replace though. Replace the color. Hello, hello. Okay. So now we have our replaced chords from the parallel key compared to our normal progression. Yippee! And I guess I'll do one example with the minor key progression. Okay, so let's see. Pellets, doink. I can replum. Sweet for squeaking microphone. It's like that video with the musical squeaky chair. Replace C with minor 6 and replace C with major 4. Wait. Wait, what? Sixth chord is A flat major. Oh, you're A. You're an A. Yeah. Okay. So this is D major. And you are supposed to be F major. Or F minor, sorry. Okay, so basically what happened is that... Let me look at your measure properties. There you go. Not 23, just 2. Let's see. In A minor, the 6th chord is F major. In A major, the 6th chord is F minor. Likewise, in A major, the 4th chord is D minor. Dang. OBS disconnect moment. Oh my gosh, let me type. Shush. Is a D major. Okay, select your dudes. Turn blue. Blue, blue, blue. I realize now this is a mostly major progression, but with the tonics being minor. But you know, it works. Yippee. Okay. Time for our next thing. This is not commonly used turnaround, but it is possible. Backdoor deceptive resolution. You mean the flat 7 chord? Oh. Okay. Well, whatever. At the end of the first chorus, Jarrett... Who's Jarrett? What? Oh. Some dude who did jazz stuff. I just turned the page and I missed out on a little paragraph blurb. At the end of the first chorus... Change only the second chord. Melodic material is a flurry of 16th notes. Turnarounds to supertonic 2. Pieces may end with a tonic chord in the last 2 measures of the form and may begin on the 2 chord. Many compositions will at some point modulate from the key of 1 to the key of 2. So C major to D minor. The following progressions are possible for that temporary modulation. Keith Jarrett. Yeah, Keith Jarrett. That was the person that they mentioned here. I just turned the page. It's Keith Jarrett. Any chord can be replaced by its dominant, can be preceded by its dominant and its 2 or 2 diminished chord. They mark diminished with the 2 with the crossed out circle, which I believe is that. I believe this means half diminished, right? Although I'm pretty sure they mean diminished. Is it half diminished? Yeah, it is half diminished. Using this thing. But I think they mean diminished here. I think... Do they? No, they don't. They do mean half diminished. Keith Jarrett is real good. I've got 2 of his records on vinyl. He was on the EMC label, which kind of tended to put on a very specific style of jazz. Nice. Okay. I actually forgot what a half diminished chord is because I never use them. So what the heck is a half diminished chord? What the heck is a half blessing? Half diminished chord is a 7th chord composed of a root note together with a minor 3rd, diminished 5th, and a minor 7th. Oh, so like this. MuseScore? Hello? Instead of this. I see. So any chord may be preceded by its dominant and its 2 or its 2 half diminished chord. The insertion of these chords introduces chromatic pitches which point away from the tonic chord and point the progression towards the 2 chord. This root motion is strong in utilizing descending fifths. The strong downward 5th root movement from... Okay. Strong rhythm 5th bass line. Turnarounds to submediants. So it's telling you how to modulate to the supertonic, to the submediant, to the subdominant, and turnaround to the medians. I see. So this is like how you modulate. Okay. Interesting. So, what am I gonna do about this? ECM jazz stuff tended to be kind of jazzy fusiony stuff that was subdued and also leaning into Western classical idioms in their practice. I see. Okay. Modulation is kind of a whole thing. I think I'll save modulation for another time. Modulation, I think, is kind of difficult to explain without there being like a whole thing dedicated to it. Harmonic specificity. There's a chapter called 244,140,625 baselines for blues. That's a lot of blues. Avoid notes, other common melodic outlines, ear training, overview of voicings, modal frameworks, other scales and colors, and quartal harmony. Okay, what does it have to say about quartal harmony? Scales for jazz improvisation, scale equivalency, modes of the melodic minor scale. Oh, melodic minor has modes. Modes of the scale, major scale with flat 6. Major scale with flat 6. That doesn't, I don't think that's any of these dudes. Yeah, it's none of these dudes. Sort of like third stream if you know that genre. No. But then again, I am pretty ignorant. Let's look at quartal harmony. I'm not quite sure what I'd garner from that, but I'm curious what it has to say about quartal harmony. That's page 323. Wait a second. This book doesn't have a page 323. What? It's leading me to a chapter that doesn't exist. Oh, it's in volume 2. I'm only on volume 1. I see. Dang it. Oh no, volume 2 is where it gets good. This is so sad. Oh man. Closely related keys. Okay. Well, that's okay. I hope you can make it intuitive. Well, I'm gonna need the next volume for that, which I don't have right now, but I can do a quick Google search of what it is. Quartal harmony, and maybe I can try to explain it if I somehow manage to figure it out. Quartal harmony is the building of harmonic structures built from the intervals of the perfect fourth, the augmented fourth, and the diminished fourth. And I guess this one's like this. And properties. The terms quartal and quintal imply a contrast. How? Either compositional or perceptual with traditional harmonic constructions. Oh, if I just kept reading the sentence, it'd tell me. Go back to your library and get volume 2 right now. You know I could. I think my volume, not my volume, the library is open until like 2 a.m. or something, but I'm not gonna do that because, you know, walking around at night isn't exactly great, and driving there is gonna be bad because traffic is pretty bad right now because something's happening. Listeners familiar with music of the common practice period are guided by tonalities constructed with familiar elements, the chords that make up major and minor scales, all in turn built from major and minor thirds. Stream from the library. You know, this reminds me, I had an idea for a stream where like I would stream music making, but I'd be in like it'd be like Tom Scott. Like I'd be in the weirdest locations. I'd be streaming from the beach. I'll be streaming from the mountains. I'll be streaming from in a restaurant. I'll be streaming from inside an airplane bathroom. I'll be streaming from inside a nuclear reactor. Just all the different kinds of streaming. And my location will have absolutely nothing to do with what it'll just be what I'm doing right now. But I'll be in a very strange location. I've always wanted to do something like that, but I just haven't done it. And plus, like, you know, at least most places have Wi-Fi nowadays, so. Streaming on Neptune? Well, I don't know if I could go there. I'm not rich enough. Okay, regarding chords built from perfect... What kind of a chord is that? Regarding chords built from perfect force alone. Oh my goodness. Composer Vincent Persichetti writes that chords by perfect fourth are ambiguous in that, like all chords built by equidistant intervals, any member can function as the root. The indifference of this rootless harmony to tonality places the burden of key verification upon the voice with the most active melodic line. Okay. Quintal harmony is a lesser used term since the fifth is the inversion of the fourth. Fair enough. Like tertian chords, given quartal or quintal chord can be written with different voicings. Okay, examples of quartal pieces. Parallel fifths are usually kind of weird, but parallel fourths are actually kind of awesome. I really like quartal stuff. It can be very ambiguous sounding. I just don't know the rules and best practices. Maybe New Harmonic Devices has a chapter on it. Let me take a look-see. 13s, passing chords, synthetic harmony, chord building by fourths. Well, what do you know? What page 135? Chapter 17, chord building by fourths, 2, 3, and 4 note chords. Chord building by fourths is a subject concerning which very few people have information. Keep in mind this was written in like 1930. And yet many are curious to acquire some knowledge of this unexplored field. It has been thought that a few suggestions might be of assistance to those who are or may become interested in this most fascinating subject. Probably the greatest authority on chord building by fourths is Arnold Schoenberg, in whose book, Harmonie much illuminating information is given. While most of these combinations, that is, unresolved appoggiaturas, passing notes, and 11ths and 13ths, can be explained along the old lines, their constant use is giving them an identity of their own, and the study of these harmonies of superimposed fourths has become a necessity. There is a certain feeling of triteness and the present time in using old harmony, and the two old scales are worn threadbare by constant usage. These fourth-built chords, together with the whole tone harmony, assist in making the tonality vague, a very much desired condition in present-day composition. Schoenberg thinks that there is a gap in the method of construction by thirds, and he contends that this process of building by fourths complements the old system. He attempts to expose the theory of extraneous chords as being a badly disguised attempt to fill up the whole with a quantity of waste material and notes foreign to the harmony. What? To quote, the number of these unnecessary notes is so great that neither the gap in the harmony nor even the entire system itself is big enough to hold it. There is very little theory or rules regarding chordal voicings. They're really just a way to avoid the clarity of triadic harmony in search of ambiguous sounds. Okay. I mean, I think Schoenberg seems to be disagreeing. It's so rigorous, guys. Yeah, he attempts to expose the theory of extraneous chords as being a badly disguised attempt to fill up the whole with a quantity of waste material. Okay, I skipped a little bit. The method of building up chords in fourths is identical with that of fifths and possibly appeals strongly to the musical ear. It is certainly capable of conducting uniformly all matter of chords with greater surety than by system of thirds. Further on he says, quote, I confine myself to giving my reason for discussing chords in fourths, which is that they are justified by the source from which they are derived. What? So far as I know, the first time I wrote them was in my symphonic poem. These chords form an isolated instance of the expression of one certain mood, the peculiarity of which forced me against my will to invent a new means of expression. Even to this day, I remember having written them with hesitance, but was compelled to do so by their inevitableness. So basically he says, the reason why you write quartal chords is because they are? What did he say? He said, I confine myself to giving my reason for discussing chords in fourths, which is that they are justified by the source from which they are derived. That doesn't mean anything. That's actually Peter Griffin's quote. It insists upon itself. The chordal chords, they insist upon themselves. The chordal chords are justified because they are justified, is what he says. Schoenberg, what the hell are you on? A long time afterwards, I used again in chords and fourths of my chamber symphony, without remembering that they had occurred to me before. Here the fourths form an entirely different means of expression, that is wild jubilation and a theme given to horns. However this may be, is an anomaly in his he is an old man, he has lost it. He really has. Okay. Most of the nations outside of England do not recognize the 11th and 13th as legitimate chord intervals. If a lot of it is being derived from pentatonic scales, that's true, but Schoenberg's, and it seems the author, Miller, he points out that you use this quartal harmony over whole tone scales so as to remain atonal. Numerous excerpts from modern composers are shown to illustrate blah blah blah. A stack of 5/4 is just a major pentatonic scale. Oh yeah, but if you play them all at once, it's gonna sound a little goofy. Okay, the 2-note chords. Naturally, the beginnings of writing in fourths were the early crude attempts at combining voices, known as diaphony or organum. While these early efforts were later abandoned for the more consonant intervals, the movement in writing at the present time seems to be a reversion to such methods. Just as we go back to the folk songs of primitive man to extract something that may be of importance, which... Okay, so he's talking about, old church music writing in fourths. I remember we were talking about jazz yesterday. Yeah, we did do that a little bit. I'm trying to read about quartal harmony right now. We look to the early attempts at combining voices, hoping to find suggestive material. To Hucbald, a monk of St. Amand in Flanders, is usually ascribed the honor of having first combined voices in this way, as he was wise enough to foresee something of its harmonic possibilities. As we look at it in the perspective of centuries, that type of harmony, in its quaint crudeness, would seem to be singularity appropriate for that period. Wait, what? So he basically says that quartal harmony, because of its quaint crudeness, is appropriate for that period in which the monks were writing. So he's basically just calling them musically dumb. They're musically barbarians, actually cavemen. It's quaint crudeness. It's like looking at a monkey in a cage. We are able to get a proper impression of the times and people and their upward strivings. The diaphonic method is now applied to certain modern harmonic methods described in A Dictionary of Modern Music and Musicians. Okay, these same fourths are serving composers well in depicting certain grotesque situations. For example, in Elgar's demoniacal chorus in The Dream of Gerontius. The addition of another fourth to the 2-note chord has brought about a decided transformation. A desire for more direct access to vital upper partials seems to be at the root of the manner. The crudeness largely disappears, and the chords take on a chameleon-like character. If we think of or play these chords in terms of celesta, harp, glockenspiel, upper parts of the piano range, and harmonics from the strings, we will arrive at a better understanding of their usefulness. The author believes that the future harmony must be thought of in connection with the medium which is to perform it. Okay. It's good for simpletons, ambiguity, and old men. I'm learning so much. See, this is why you watch. Okay, so quartal harmony. I mean, he just said to use quartal chords. You can use them for special color effects, but he doesn't say how to do that, nor does he even give an example. I mean, he gives examples, of pieces that he uses in. He name drops Elgar, and Schoenberg, but he doesn't, give, a score example. Oh, he does. In the next part. I wish he would just say his analysis. Possible reasons for the use of 3-note fourth chords. There you go. It is interesting to conjecture as to the possible reasons for their use. These are several contributing factors. 1. The introduction of dominant ninths, 11ths, and 13ths. 2. the added note theory. 3, the unresolved suspensions. 4, atonalism. 5, a desire for revitalized harmony. Okay, where do you find these books is my only question. The library! I go to the library. And I check them out, and I'm like, I want these 5,000 books on harmony, and the library's like, sure. Go to your library. I don't touch grass, what is that? Oh, have you ever wanted to learn something, but the internet has let you down? Well, luckily, there are these hubs of knowledge that you can go to called the library. The chordal voicing uses it with parallel motion to highlight the highest note, often. Yeah, because you're right. That's something that was also, I think, remarked on the Wikipedia article, if I remember correctly, that because the chordal voicings... because the chordal voicings are, like... What was the word? Because they're, like, equidistant, or... Not equidistant, like, they repeat each other? That is correct. I mean, I'm building this off a perfect fourth right now. What? Okay. I understand how to build chords, I understand how to solo over the chords, it's just where do I use them if I want to follow a chord, or how do I do that functionally? That's what I'm trying to figure out too! Okay, hold on. In order to secure two perfect fourths from the it seems to me that the whole point is that they are non-functional, and use an attempt to obscure harmonic function. Okay, let's read. The construction of chords, up to and including the dominant ninth, left little opportunity for the use of chord building by fourths. When we speak of fourths, we mean the presence of two or more superimposed fourths. Naturally, one fourth has always been present between the fifth and the root, if the fifth is below the root. In order to secure two perfect fourths from the dominant, the ninth should be present, so we found the chord occasionally in this position, root and soprano. Okay, so the root of this chord is G, because it's a 5 chord. In order to secure the two perfect fourths from the dominant, the ninth should be present. Yeah, because the ninth of the G major chord is A, right? That's the ninth extension. I just solo randomly, really help if I understood it though. Dang. That stack of fourths in sheet music. Oh, well, he gives an example of a stacked chord, which looks exactly like this. I mean, it's a 13th chord. You've seen it, you love it. Beautiful. The chord shown can be included in the dominant key C major. If we begin by building down in fourths from the 7th of the dominant 13th, we secure the following chord of 7 notes, the root a third below the last of them. Any one of these triads of fourths may well represent the dominant harmony if the root is present in the bass? Oh, wait, hold on. That was a pretty important piece of information that just went right over my head. If we begin by building down in fourths from the 7th of the dominant 13th, if we begin building down in fourths from the 7th of the dominant... Okay. Here's the dominant. Here's the dominant 13th. We secure the following chord of 7 notes. Okay, wait. That note there at the top is a CF. Okay, so we have a dominant 13th chord here. There's our beautiful dominant 13th. And we want to take this dominant 13th and we want to take the 7th notes. This dude here. And we build down into fourths. We secure the following chord of 7 notes with the root of... Okay, so... Is this what he wants? That's precisely what he wants. This is the exact chord that he wrote down. While this is usually impracticable as a chord unit, you think, it may be divided in the following way. Should I learn 24 tone equal temperament or just intonation? I want to do weird music. Bro, I don't know. Okay, so... Basically, it says that this chord here is a dominant chord. We just wrote it differently so that there are a bunch of fourths. And this is an impracticable chord because, oh my god, just look at it. But you can use chords like this. So basically what we're doing is like we're just splitting it up. So like these 3 notes here can become this, or these 3 notes here can become this, and etc. So it can do this, right? And he says, at any one of these triads of fourths may well represent the dominant harmony if the root is present in the bass. This should explain the numerous fourth chords that so frequently appear as substitutes for the plain triad or dominant 7th. There you go. That's one function of this chord, is as a replacement for the dominant chord. So let's write a progression real quick. Here, I'll just do this. Okay. Yeah, take a very easy peasy progression here. Okay. When we get the weird jazzy chords, we're getting to it. Let me make a new note here then. Quartal harmony. Okay. So if I have a simple, this is just me experimenting right now. I ain't got a clue what I'm doing. At least for the jazz, for these jazz chords, I like had an idea of what was going on. This is completely new to me. So you can replace the dominant chord as long as the root is in the bass. So the root is G. You can replace it with a triad of fourths. And it's a little ambiguous as to which fourths. You could probably just do any of the fourths, so I'm just gonna... But they have to be diatonic fourths, it looks like. Which means they are built starting from the 7th. So it looks something like this. So what I did here is that I took this 5 chord, I made it I took the 7th from this, the 7th is this is the 7th of G, right? And I just stacked some perfect fourths below it. And this should be a valid quartal replacement for the 5 chord. And just to keep it simple, I'm going to move this F an octave down. Hey, that was pretty cheerful. But also you could go even further than this and put another fourth down there and have something like this instead. Or you could go even further down and use a chord like this instead. Okay. And it gives an excerpt from a piano concerto. Sure. In order to have the tonic chord clothed in appropriate garb to agree with the dominant chord, notes were added to it because of the inappropriateness of the tonic 13th as a usable chord. By adding a second to the tonic, we are able to arrange our tonic chord with 2/4, and by addition of the 6th, we have the result shown. A tonic chord may then have been combined with the 2nd, 6th, or 7th, or any 2, or all 3 of these, and the feeling... The language of these books you've been reading? I don't, because I'm reading this and I have no idea what they're saying. With the addition of a major 7th to the tonic, we are... In order to have the tonic chord clothed in appropriate garb to agree with the dominant chord, notes were added to it because of the inappropriateness of the tonic 13th as a usable chord. Okay, so first of all, let's listen to the tonic 13th chord. I mean, I don't know about you, that's a very pretty chord. Maybe if we got rid of some of these, whatchamacallit, redundant notes, then maybe it would sound a little nicer. And maybe just get rid of this, and like if you get rid of a few notes, I'm sure it's very usable. Anyway. By adding a second to the tonic, we are able to arrange our chord with 2/4, and by the addition of the 6th, we have the result shown. So if we have a tonic chord here, if we add the 2nd and the 6th, they say we're able to arrange them into 4ths. With a C at the top. So they mean something like this. So this is the 1, 3, and 5, but the 2 added and the 6 added, and they're all split apart to become 4ths. And they also have just something in the bass to establish this as the tonic chord. That's a very nice chord. It may have been combined with a 2nd, 6th, or 7th, or any 2 or all of these, and the feeling of finality will still be retained. Okay, so that's how you use it as a tonic chord. So in theory, if I take one of these chords, okay, if I take one of these chords and I just like maybe remove or maybe move this note down, maybe add another. See here how these notes are exactly the same? Even though I built these quartal chords off of the same, or out of different chords, they end up having the same notes. So I guess this is what they mean by having the chords like kind of lose key function, because the notes are so similar that they start to feel kind of similar. And I guess you can like cluster them up like that. Yeah, these notes are obviously the same. This note is the same as this. And this F is the only thing that's different than this. This one has an E, this one has an F. Will this lesson help me solo over All I Want for Christmas? If you want to solo that in quartal harmony, then sure. Okay. So let's try again from scratch. Actually, let me keep reading. What was that? Chord building my fourths. There are 3 chapters dedicated to chordal harmony in this book, by the way. 3 chapters. I mean, quartal is... so far we just looked at the quartal by means of perfect fourths. But of course there are other quartal things that can happen with not perfect fourths. You know. Gonna get ice cream? Dang. Nice. 4 4-note fourth chords. The 4-note fourth chords may be used impressionistically, that is, by parallel movement of all the parts, either chromatically or diatonically, ascending or descending. So, like this. Actually, no. It's not built off of the tonic. It's built off of the 7th. I guess it's the same. Is it? It's the minor 7th, right? And it says to use them impressionistically, either diatonically or chromatically. What if I use them chromatically? Sure. 4-note codes may be used impressionistically, ascending or descending. Just as fundamental 7ths may be written with similar motion of all the parts, so these chords may be employed with results of a somewhat corresponding utility. Oh. He gives examples of different chords that different composers have written. Scriabin, Karg, Ellert, another Scriabin, Rabaud, Godowski, and Schoenberg. Okay, what's the next chapter on chord building by fourths? The 5 and 6-note chords? Oh no, even more? Wait, what's the last chapter? Uh-oh. I'm a little afraid of what this last chapter is going to be. Chords of 7, 8, and more notes. Oh my gosh. I see. Alright, so just as an experiment, if I were to write in quartal harmony here, where I try to at least be functionally quartal, the thing is, these notes are gonna start falling into each other just because of how quartal stuff works. So basically, you have your quartal note and then you just build notes off of that. And then I think he also mentioned that the note that is the loudest, by which he means like the note that happens to be the melody notes, will be heard over all the others and kind of defines the rest of the quartal one, the rest of the quartal harmony, which in most cases I guess will be the soprano note. So for example, if I wanted to start the chord progression on the tonic, I would need something like this and then have the 5th here. And then this would have to be the, like that. I could also cluster them if I wanted to, like, if I don't like how high that is, I can just move all these guys downwards. That is a quartal chord. And then if I want to move to an A minor chord, we can start from A and just start building fourths off of U. depends on where we want the voices to go, but for example, if I want... I can say that... C... This will be a parallel fifth, but literally who cares at this point. If we want the melody to move upwards, and then in contrary motion with these guys, you guys can move down. And then if I want to build a 2-chord, I can start at, for example, D and just build downwards. These chords are exactly the same though, and that's not surprising given that 6 and 2 have the same functions. But maybe if I want to have like an F here, have this skip up to F or maybe skip down to C, then I'd need to keep continuing until I reach C, which is this note here. And then maybe just get rid of these notes. If I have you move down and you move down, maybe some of you want to move up. Okay, and then I have this 5 here, which I was taught that 5 can be replaced by a chord that builds off of the 7th like this. I'm not a huge fan of this leap, so I can move this guy upward. I guess I could have 2 of them. You move here, you move there, you move there, you share this common tone. And then we can have... I don't really want this to feel like a 7th chord though. So I could have C in the soprano, right, to define that this is a tonic chord. And then I can just build more fourths coming off of that. This is kind of the same chord that we had here. That's okay. So basically, this means that the chord progression now sounds like this. Nope, I'm starting from the beginning. Okay, so the thing is, like, while this bass dude is moving, these guys share so many notes between each other that the key center is kind of lost in just this upper part. Like, the notes in the... I just noticed that these notes are actually the exact same. It all sounds the same, yay, exactly. But maybe, for example, if I make some of these chords less ambiguous, like I made this 1 and 6 pretty unambiguous, but then like I increase the ambiguity by moving to these chords here. Like that. And I know from here you can build a 7th here, and I want to have that 7th, so... And kind of an E here. The 5 and 1 basically sound identical to me. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Okay. That's harmony built off of perfect fourths, but of course it doesn't have to be built off of perfect fourths. It can be built off of diminished fourths or augmented fourths. Where would I want to use those? I imagine you'd want to use them where you want to create tension, right? So let's say here in this chord I want to have a little bit of tension by flattening that dude there. And maybe I want to create a little bit of tension by flattening this dude here. You just become a diatonic chord, dang it. You've lost all things. Oh my goodness. What about sharp? Clashing notes in my ears. This is so sad. Your ears are dead. I'm gonna be honest, I'm just kind of randomly adding in accidentals to see what happens. My thought process was this one was that this G would move to G sharp, which would move to A, so that would resolve. Similarly, you can have maybe C sharp down to C down to B. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done. Oh my gosh. If I have this... Okay. So, if I... Is it arbitrary the way you can raise or lower these fourths? It seems to be, because there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of theory on quartal harmony. It's just whatever you want. How's it going? I'm hungry. Maybe these types of chords would be nice for like a noise rock context. Oh, let me just look over here. Rock music. No, of course, Frank Zappa. Get out of here. He's basically the Schoenberg of rock music. I don't know if that's disrespect to Zappa or to Schoenberg. I'm supposed to play nice with distortion. You can get some big clashes. All right, hold on. I got you. I got you. Let's see. Cool. Let me have some more, give me some more extensions, will you? It's like a bad organ. That sound font though, yummy. It is yummy, ain't it? Yeah, yummy. I'm gonna go back to my Muse stuff. What if I put you in like a normal instrument like clarinet? I did really like it when we put some of the stuff in horns. I just think horns have really pretty qualities to them. I see, these notes are directly clashing. Let me get these bass notes again. I think this chord is good. It just needs to be voiced better. Remove D. There you go, that's better. Maybe a bit more clashing if I did like that. There you go. So... and put you back here. Okay, so what was my thought process behind writing that? Should do trumpet in C? No, you know, I only wrote it for one thing. Hold harpsichord. What else do I have here? Choir. Ocarina. What's the range of the ocarina? Thank you, ocarina. What other sounds do I happen to have? Organ? Sure. I was gonna say, have you ever heard organ jazz? But I forgot that the organ is actually in jazz. Anyway, how about we just do trumpet ensemble, but at fortissimo for giggles. You have a bass recorder? No, but I know that I have a contrabass flute. That's so scary sounding. Why is the contrabass flute able to play these treble notes? It's not able to play the higher ones. Harpsichord. Okay. It's not marching band unless it's triple F. Nice. Did an album with pipe organ. Actually, I was thinking more of like the Hammond organ. You guys ain't... I know you guys are all classical musicians, so you have no idea what a Hammond organ is, but... There you go. This beautiful thing. I want a Hammond organ so bad, actually. Oh my gosh. I would not even play the organ. I would just be pressing these levers all day. Look how many buttons there are. I want to push all of them. Oh my gosh, look at this beautiful console. It's like Soviet technology looking. It's so awesome. I just want to push all of those levers. This one has pedals, but I don't think I need the pedals. I just want a nice Hammond organ. Probably able to play via overblowing. I don't know anything about contrabass flutes. I'm going to push those buttons day and night. Yeah, I'll be like Stanley. And there's a story of a man named Stanley. And all he does is press buttons. Soprano. Can I have a full choir play this? Bah! My local place had a Hammond organ for kinda cheap, but it wasn't in my price range, and God, I was tempted. Listen, I would be tempted too. I don't know how much a Hammond organ, like a used Hammond organ, goes for these days. Let me go. I'm curious now. What if I go on like eBay? How much does it cost to get a Hammond organ? I mean, it doesn't have to be a Hammond one. It could just be an organ. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it looks like $2,000. Someone's selling the seat to the Hammond organ for $735. Bro, it's a chair. PewDiePie's gaming chair costs less than that. Do you have a euphonium sound font? No. I wish. You get like a B3, it's $10 million. Yeah, thank goodness for the sampler. Now we don't have to deal with that. Oh, by the way, guys, I have a surprise for you. Dang it. I pressed on the wrong one. Guys, look what I got. I got the big carrot. Yippee. And I think my MIDI device couldn't be open. Yeah, because I'm using it for MuseScore. Guys, look, I have the funny the beat thing. Look at all the beats I can create now. Yippee. You know all the jazz that I can create with this? So much jazz. I want to write a bass line. FL Studio, yeah, I did get it. I got it today. I thought about also getting Serum. I might do that. And I know there's Vital. I know, but I really want Serum. I just do. You guys want to hear all the snares together? Beautiful. What a lovely program. I'm gonna learn this. Vital is just as good. I know, it's just as good. You know, I'll look into it. I know Vital. It's also like a wavetable thing. I'm sure there are other wavetable things that are like equally as powerful. Maybe the serum looks way better. It really does. And the amount of serum presets that exist is just insane. But I wonder if the Vital community is growing. Vital. Is it spelled Vital or Vital? UI is just so much better in serum. Yeah, it just makes sense. If I had money, I'd waste all of it on a bassoon. How much does a bassoon go for? Let's see. New bassoon. Hey guys, it's on sale. On sale for $11,000. It's so on sale. And this one's on sale for $32,000. Guys, they're on sale. Get them now. Oh my gosh. Oh, the contrabassoon is $39,000. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, the contrabassoon is a sexy instrument. If you can get a contrabassoon, it's so awesome. Now here's my question, because I've never played in an orchestra. Do professional musicians need to buy their own professional instrument, or does the orchestra at least sponsor them a little bit? Like, do they help them? Or do they actually just have to pay for it out of pocket? Oh, I can purchase this instrument. I can get a bassoon dial micrometer. I don't even know. Well, I don't even know what this is supposed to do. I'm pretty sure they're assisted. I think it must vary, like, between, like, high school musicians and, like, professional orchestra musicians. I'm not quite sure. What other instruments do? What's your most expensive instrument? This is $48,000. You can get a new oboe. Or you can get a pre-owned bassoon. How much does it cost to get a pre-owned bassoon? $10,000. Beautiful. Oh, this one was sold. I can get a Heckle Contra for $15,000. Wow. What a steal, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's such a... You know how many Snickers bars I could buy with that amount of money? An ungodly amount. How much does it cost to get a new oboe? $2,000. Wow, they're actually much less than a bassoon, even though they're still an ungodly amount of money. Oh my gosh. Whoa, Baroque oboe is so much less for some reason. These guys are $7,000. But the Baroque oboe is so much less. Yippee. And I love the Baroque oboe. If you guys can learn to play the Baroque oboe, it's such a sexy instrument. So smooth. It just has such a nice body. Lots of good holes. What a amazing instrument. The question is, don't need help buying instruments. Dang. For really obscure or rare instruments, the orchestra might rent them. I see. Like a kazoo. I hope the orchestra has had to rent a kazoo. $2. Actually, no, that makes me think, is there like a really expensive, like, orchestral grade kazoo? Concert kazoo. Concerto grosso for 3 kazoos and orchestra? That's not exactly what I wanted, but I want to listen to it now. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to hear this. More of the kazoos. Man, if only the harmony wasn't so boring, it might be a bit better. All to say, if you don't care how the organ makes sounds, you can get transistor organs for free. I've picked up 5 organs off the side of the road. Playing kazoo does take pretty good skill. True, with a question mark. I didn't own 5 organs at the same time. Most I had was 2. You don't need to tell me about all the organs that you're owning, man, okay? That's between you and your customers. Alright, chordal harmony. Let's go back to sound, men. Let's go back to keys, dream piano. Oh wait, they have a Hammond organ sound. Does it sound like a Hammond? Oh, it sure does, bud. Does it have a staff text? No, vibrato. What a sexy sound. I love the Hammond organ. Yippee, secondary dominant time. And then, yippee, more secondary dominant, and then leading chord stuff. Something about this progression is so iconic. The same with that one, and then here's the same in minor key. I just want to listen to the Hammond organ. Beautiful. And then tritone substitutions. Yippee. Yay. Go on Craigslist and look in the free section. You'll probably find an organ, but you sure find 40 pianos for free. Is there a harpsichord that nobody wants? Because I'll take it. Maybe. But the thing about those pianos is that they need a cleaning, alright? I ain't touching those until I've scrubbed them down 40 times. It sounds like there's 50 years worth of pianist on there, and I don't want it. Gotta get rid of it. It's like anytime I walk into a practice room. Not yet found a harpsichord? Dang it. Maybe in my area there might be one. I'll get the harpsichord for free and resell it to you for 10,000. Alright, sounds like a deal. That's a steal if I ever heard one. Actually, how much is a harpsichord going for? Used. Let me go on eBay again. Is there a harpsichord? Harpsichord. Or for $1,200, the 57 key harpsichord. It ain't the one with the cool black and the inverted keys with the black big keys and the white little keys. There is one here for 2K, there's one for 900, there's a lyre. Wait, this is awesome. There's a handmade musical. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up this image. Oh, look at this. This is awesome. I like this thing. I don't even know how to play it, but I want it. Harpsichord. A tool for tuning a harpsichord? Bro, you can 3D print that stuff. Has anyone 3D printed a piano? Oh no, I gotta see this. What would it even sound like? Well, they've 3D printed tiny ones. How does it really count though? I want like a full 3D printed one. There's 3 organs in my area for free. That's a lot of organs. Listen, I only got 2 kidneys, so I'm not sure where you're finding all those organs. Are you into electronic harpsichords, or you want a fully acoustic one? I mean, an electronic one... I mean, an acoustic one would obviously be better. Like, an electronic one I could just play on my keyboard. Man, I love Hammond. Hammond! Hammond, you blithering idiot! Okay, where was I? Right, I was reading about chordal harmony. Goodness. Does chordal harmony appear in this other book that I was going to read and then didn't read? It's equally as big, by the way. It's a huge book. Lots of books happening. Jazz theory, a creative approach. acoustic electron, like the ones that have real strings but a big pickup. Well, like an amplified clavichord. That sounds so whack. Get out of here, chordal harmony. As much as I'd like to mess with you, you ain't it right now. And get rid of these chord symbols. Doink. Minor keys in jazz, adding color to chords, unresolved tensions, jazz theory at work, new ways to go to the tonic, substitute chords. We just did substitute chords, so let's look at substitute chords to see if we can get another input on this. Substitute chords, chapter 6. This book is Jazz Theory by Stanton. When was it written? (1982). During a jazz chord progression, many chords that are often unexpected may take the place of chords that are normally anticipated. These so-called unexpected chords are called substitute chords. All substitute chords must contain some germ of resemblance to the chord that they are replacing. Varying degrees of resemblance may occur. They must, however, bear some degree of chord-color relationship and similarity. Harmonically, the chord flow... You guys, did you guys feel that sigh? How relieved I am to be reading a book that makes sense. I don't have to reread a sentence 500 times to try and understand what it means. This guy's straight to the point. Harmonically, the chord flow and the forward motion will take a different direction. Sometimes drastic, sometimes subtle, often somewhere in between, but always interesting. For example, in a basic dominant 7th cadence, 5-7 goes to 1. In the key of C major, G7 goes to C, or C6, C major 7, etc. By changing a C6 into a C major 7, and further a C major 9, a distinctly major chord color may readily be seen and heard. Okay, it's asking me to play these chords, so here I go. First C6, C major 7, and then a C major 9, which I can't play with one hand because of how many fingers I have. Or not how many fingers I have, how small my fingers are. But... Can I raise you maybe an octave? That is a beautiful chord. I love 9th chords so much. A minor 7th chord based on the 3rd degree position of the major scale may be formed by omitting the root of the C major 9. Okay, so basically what he's saying is that if you remove this C here, it becomes an E minor chord. Right? This is called the 3 minor 7th chord. That. And will hereafter be classified as a substitute tonic chord. Yes! There you go, baby. That's it. Relative chords. Alright, love to see it. Substitute chords generate harmonic versatility, underlined. When used correctly, their purpose is to enhance a series of chords by providing different and often unexpected harmonic color and direction. Knowing the capabilities is the key to create a jazz harmony. For example, if 5-7 may go to 1, it may also go to 3 minor 7. In the key of C, G7 may now go to E minor 7. With the anticipated cadence. G7 to C has been interrupted by a chord that was not expected. Either something must be done with this 3 minor 7 to help the progression return to the tonic, or it may take a totally new, and logical direction. Most simply, 3 minor 7 may be the first chord in a 1-6-2-5 chord pattern. For example, blah 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 blah. It may also precede a flat 3 diminished chord in a 1 flat 3 diminished 2-5 chord pattern. Okay. So basically what this is saying is that I think this is something that the other guy touched on too, that the 1 chord may be replaced by the 3 chord. And they kind of, in a roundabout way, describe why, and it's because they share so many tones with each other. Which is the basis of how relative chords work. But let me write here. One chord may be replaced by the 3 chord because the 2 chords share many notes. Okay, so let's take our beautiful progression here. Our major key progression. And let's have, or actually, let's just do these 2 dudes. That's such an iconic progression. I love it. Let's see. 1 chord may be replaced by the 3 chord because the 2 chord. Maybe I should add the rest of the chords for context. Beautiful. Okay. Articulations, bar lines, doink. I want to prove that these chords share lots of notes. They illustrate this by using a 9th chord, so I think I will do the same. I think to illustrate this, I'll use a tie to show that you guys share notes. If only they would tie when I asked them to. Thank you. Or actually, I think it would be more clear if I just highlighted them with colors. Doink, doink. Okay. The 3 minor 7 chord is most interesting when it is used as a pivot chord. Oh, yes it is. 3 minor 7 may simultaneously become a 2 minor 7, which will precede its relative 5/7 of 2. Okay, so more secondary dominant action happening. Let's add a like you there. And I don't technically have a main instrument, I make experimental ambient music. So I suppose the computer, but instruments I play the most are drums, piano, guitar, in that order. Nice! So we have this beautiful progression here with notes being shared. And I'll highlight this dude here who's being replaced. And there you go. And right, I need to, this is page 102 of Stanton's book. And let me write in Mr. Stanton's name here. This book is called Jazz Theory, A Creative Approach by Kenneth Stanton. Oh right, I wanted to write down the years of when these were made. So this is 1982. And this other book is, it's only volume 1, but what was this book? Copyright 2001. Is it really 2001? This book is super duper new. This is the newest book that I read on stream so far. All right, 2001. I mean, it kind of reads and looks like a textbook, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I thought it was just edited. Let me just add a colon here. Okay. So 3 can replace 1 because they share lots of notes. And is most interesting when it is used as a pivot chord. 3 minor 7 may simultaneously become a 2 minor 7, which will precede its relative 5 7 of 2. Here is how that works. G7, E minor 7. G7 wants to move to C, but we've replaced it with E minor, so G to E minor. And then E minor, we're pretending that it's a 2 chord now, and therefore a fourth away from that 2 chord, which would be a 5 chord, is A major. Yes. And A major wants to move down to D minor, and then to descending fifths from there. A, D, G, C. That's how we return back to the tonic. Okay. I love major 7 flat 5 chord. What a chord. I really wanted tuba so bad, but I play pretty much anything I can get my hands on that makes noise, and I do it all poorly. Beautiful. What a mindset to have. The instrument and grind set. I wish I had more instruments, but now with FL Studio, I can have any instrument I want. And the first instrument I want to play is the black hole. I want to make dubstep. That's my next venture. Poorly is better than not doing it at all. You know, I do have to agree with that. The dubstep streams are gonna go crazy. Imagine this. Functional harmony, but with growls. I'll remix my own music, maybe. I guess technically dubstep needs a vocal chop because that's where the dub comes from. And then the step is because I don't actually know where the step comes from, maybe because you're stepping to it, or you're stepping on it. But I know the dub comes from because you're literally like chopping up vocals, and I ain't got no vocals to chop up. Maybe I'll go like sample Hatsune Miku or something. Got a flight to catch, bye-bye. Dang, see you around and have a good flight. And make sure that you drink lots of soda on your flight or else you'll throw up and be sad. In a diatonically related chord progression, the 3 minor 7 chord normally performs the 3 preceding functions. However, the 3 minor 7's harmonic direction and capability are far more expansive than these 3 functions indicate. Here are other possibilities. Also possible yet more subtle is when the 3 minor 7 replaces 1 into 1 sharp 1 diminished 2 minor 7 5 7 chord pattern. Its UI is rough as hell, but I'm trapped now with whatever I use in the program. So the progression that the guy just mentioned goes like this. And then 2 5 1. So we have this chromatic thing happening here. And then okay. 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 Now, thanks to the power of those chordal chords that those quartic, what were they called? Quart chords that I mentioned earlier. I think I've come up with a little bit of a system. So the thing is, because I want this chord to be functionally dominant, I could just have a bunch of chord tones, but I at least, when I'm writing this chord tone to be quartal, I want to retain the function of it being dominant. So at least I want these chord tones here. I at least want G, I at least want B, I at least want D. Those are the chord tones that make up the dominant chord, right? I at least want those things. So I just start from G and I just kind of keep building until I come across these tones that I want. Let's see. And then I just get rid of all the ones I don't want. So I guess that if I can get rid of this G, and I can just kind of play around with these. And that's how I ended up with this guy here. Although, technically, I guess, you need to, like, flatten a bunch and whatever. Cool, thanks, Jazz. So, in this chord progression that they say here, also possible yet more subtle is when places one in... Okay, so it's saying that we have this chord progression, right? One, what the heck? No. Sharp, one diminished, 2, 5, 1. We get to learn about chords, and chords. Exactly. Chords are beautiful and awesome. And there's no genre that's better at writing chords than jazz is, alright? Beethoven would never, okay? He could never write a chord progression like this, not in his entire life. I'm just calling it out, calling him out right now. So we're saying that we want this chord to be a 3 chord instead of a 1 chord in this specific progression. I think that's cool. I used to hate making chords, but now I find it genuinely fun. Good! Chords are the basis of all of the things I've written. I mean, granted, I don't write jazz, but all of the classical music I've written is based on chords, and the way that I come up with modulations and chord progressions, well, chord progressions, harmonic progressions, is based entirely on chords. And some people are going to tell you that they use voice leading and stuff. And to that I say, if you actually used voice leading to write your chords, you would end up writing a bunch of Gregorian chants, and clearly you're not doing that. It's a little different than that. There's a reason why some chords work and some chords don't. It's not because of voice leading. Voice leading does not tell you why some harmonies work and some don't. It just doesn't. Voice leading tells you how to write a Gregorian chant. Chord progressions tell you how to move forward in your... Like, you'll notice if you listen to a Gregorian chant or anything similar to that, it's just kind of meandering around without actually having a lot of forward momentum. But when you think in chords instead of that, you will know exactly how to create forward momentum and where that forward momentum is coming from, and how to keep it going or where to stop it. Which is why I think thinking in chords is infinitely more useful. And of course, like I said already, no genre is better than that than jazz. So especially if you're listening to jazz that's been improvising for minutes on end. When the 3/2 pivot chord precedes the 5 of 2, then the sharp 1 diminished is taken care of. Although the use of the sharp 1 diminished chord pattern is not forbidden, it would not be as strong or as effective. Okay, in the key of C, A7 consists of another A, C sharp, E, and G. If the A7 were to be expanded to include a flat 9 unresolved tension, and the note B flat would also be a part of the chord. The sharp 1 diminished chord in the key of C would be a C sharp diminished 7. The notes of this chord translate to 3, 4, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I see. It's just telling you more enharmonic chords that can be used to replace each other. The 3 minor sevenths used with the. By the way, this book it's not written like the other book. It's not like in Times New Roman or anything. This book is written. It was written with a typewriter, like actually. All of the text is in monospace font. It was actually typed with a typewriter. I can see like where the typewriter is like slightly off. It's so whack. And like all of the examples are like hand drawn into like the staves are like fine, but like all the clefs, all the notes, they're hand drawn in. It's crazy. But yeah, this book is entirely typewritered out. By using 5/7 of 2 with or without flat 9, much stronger root motion is achieved and consequently a better jazz chord progression. Okay, wait, let me read that again. How many pages in this book? Not including the index. Including the postscript, 215. The hot take I give to my friends who are layfolk to music, there are only 3 chords. Yes! I agree with you. There are only 3 chords. Ish. There are 3 chord functions, more accurately. But yes, there are basically only 3 chords. And all the other chords are just kind of fancy versions of those chords, and they all move in a beautiful cycle of 1, 4, 5, 4, 1. 15 pages on a typewriter. Yeah, well, it's like riddled with examples and stuff, so it's not exactly that, but yeah, that's a lot of stress. That's a lot of stressed out fingers. Okay. Anyway, in the key of C, A7 consists of notes, blah blah blah. And if you were to add I see. So it's saying that the A7 chord is very similar to this sharp 1 diminished chord. See, there's sharp 1 diminished chord here. It's spelled like this. If you just add an A here, it becomes an A7 chord with a flat 9. And so, I guess he's saying they can replace each other then? If A7 were to be expanded to include, I mean, I'm sure they can. If I just do that, it instantly becomes an A major chord. But you could also have the flat. Beautiful. The use of the 3 minor 7 opens doors to a freer approach when writing jazz harmony. Sorry. Up to this point, original examples have begun and ended with the same chord. They may now begin with the substitute tonic 3 minor 7. When 3 minor 7 over 2 pivot chord may be used where 5/7 of 5 or 5/7 of 2 are typical listed below. I don't own a typewriter, I only type on my keyboard, not a computer keyboard. Dang. Type on your MIDI keyboard. I remember at home, at my relative's house, they have an electric typewriter, which is really fun and very satisfying to use. I love the electric typewriter. It's like easy to use, but the keys are like kind of mushy and you can hear the typewriter go pow, 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 pow. It's kind of like my keyboard I have now, you know? The keyboard I have now is just loud and annoying and obnoxious, and I love it that way. It's a specific reason why I got it. It's so loud. And you can hear it every time I type. I love hearing keyboard clicks. Well, I have the clackiest keyboard there is. Literally the reason why I got it. It's because it's so clacky. Okay. A final caution. Substitute chords are just what the word says. Substitute. They are not the real item. For example, although any chord may follow a 1 chord, the tonic chord, not just any chord may follow a substitute tonic. In all cases, musicality and logic must be considered. Quote, it's gotta sound good, unquote. Fair enough, bro. Okay, and then they give some assignments because this book was originally supposed to be a textbook. Okay. The substitute minor 4 chord. When constructing a chord progression, the minor sixth chord built upon the fourth degree position of a major or minor scale may be replaced by... Okay, wait, what? When constructing a chord progression, the minor sixth chord built upon the fourth degree position of a major or minor scale. So, like, hold on. Let me just write this out so I know what the hell he's talking about. So if we have a minor sixth chord here, but it's built on the fourth degree of the scale? But the fourth degree is F, and F doesn't appear anywhere in here. Unless they are talking about like a... like that? The minor sixth chord built upon the fourth degree position of a major or minor scale. So they're talking very specifically about about 4 minor 6, which looks like this. In the key of C major. This beautiful chord here, which is a 4 minor 6, so a subdominant chord. What else is it saying? May be replaced by a dominant 7th chord located on the flattened 7th degree position of either scale. There is similarity in the chord color and structure of these chords. 1, flat 3, 5, and 6 of the 4 minor 6 chord translate to 3, flat 5, flat 7, and 9 of the flat 7 chord. The root of the flat 7 chord is added to fill out the total sound. It is called the flat 7 7th chord. Is it now? Flat 7 7th may be substituted for 4 minor 6 or 4 minor. This is called the substitute 4 minor chord. Okay, that's new information to me because the harmony that I follow does not have anything like this. So he's saying that these two chords can replace each other. Now in my mind, these are very different chords, but they do share a lot of notes. Like they share this thing here, and they share this guy here. So I guess, in my mind, they sound like very different. Let's replace this 2 chord with this chord here. And you become a 4 chord. Okay, well, thanks to functional harmony reasons. This 4, even though it's minor, should still work. But likewise, you can replace this with a flat 7 7th of both major scales, or both scales. Yeah, it says on this flattened 7th degree position of either scale. Okay, so if I replace this with a flat 7 chord, where I have this B flat instead. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that because even though they share a lot of tones, this chord just sounds so different. Maybe if I put it over F, it'll sound more similar than I think. I mean, of course it can replace it, but like, it feels like the harmony has changed a little bit. Okay. Let's see. Let's add another note here. The flat 7 chord, or no, the minor 4 chord may be replaced by the flat 7 chord because the two chords share many notes. Benton, whatchamacallit, 104. That's a lot of typewriter pages, let me tell you what. Okay, so I don't currently have a progression that has this. Oh wait, I do. There you are. I mean, you're the minor key progression, but whatever. It should still apply. Alright, flat 7 here. This is the key of A minor, so that's what, G. Yeah, it is G. G major, G7. Okay. That's kind of a peculiar progression, but I'll let it slide. There you go. His words, not mine. Thank you, Jazz. Layout, bang. This is the replaced chord. Color it in blue. And if I look at this chord here in isolation, that's the wrong note. There you go. And we have the minor 4 chord that it came from, which is what's D minor. C, E, see, these chords aren't as alike as I thought they were. Like, there is this D minor chord, and they share D, and they share F. I mean, I think it's because of the extension. Yeah, it's because of the many, many extensions that they list here that makes them similar. Okay, well, this is just starting to look a little ridiculous. Sure, they share this A and this F and D, but A, F, and D. I guess in order to illustrate this point, I need to put those notes in. So I have A and I need to put A somewhere. Okay. If I put it like down here, have like a tone cluster. I mean, to be fair, everything sounds good on a Hammond organ, but I'm not sure about this tone cluster very much. Oh well. Let's go put that like that. There you go. And let's remove these extraneous notes here. And it says they share these notes. They share D, like they share these dudes here. I mean, ish. I guess if you include this in the context of it's an extension down here. But, you know, I don't think these chords are as alike as they think they are. Maybe I just gotta hear better examples of it being heard, but I just think there are other chords that are more powerful instead of this flat 7 here. See, these chords, despite having the same stuff, they sound functionally different. Like, they sound very different. maybe it's because it only applies in major keys. Everything else sounds good on an E piano. True. I love a piano. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of the rest of these measures for now. We have 2 beautiful pages. Let's go over what we learned today. First, we have our easy peasy progressions. And then we learned about secondary dominance. Basically, if you have a chord and you want to replace the chord before it, or if you want to replace the chord, look at the chord ahead, and then just move a fifth above it. So a fifth above the chord that we want to replace, this one here. Fifth above this dude is A, so we have A major here. And the fifth above this dude that we want to replace is D, so we put D major here. And also you can have you can replace the chord with the diminished 7th chord of the major. You can replace it with the chord that's. You can do this. Any chord may be preceded by the diminished chord of a major 7th above it. I said that. And if you've proceeded with 1, it'll sound like that. But I bet if you proceeded with the 3, it'll sound pretty cool too. Yep. Thank you, Jazz. Same thing here. And then also you could have a secondary dominant chord. It may be replaced by the chord that's a tritone away from it, which is called a tritone substitution. Maybe I should mark that down. Beautiful. And same thing here. This one sounds kind of suspicious. And I'm pretty sure this is the... I don't think this is the right chord. Is it? D major... Major chord, a tritone away from it. The tritone exists... Oh... No, you're a minor chord, so you don't have the tritone. But wait a second. There's no tritone in this chord. I mean... Maybe there would be if I added another note? No. You would have to be a major 2 chord for there to be a tritone. No wonder this progression sounded kind of weird. Wait a second. But I feel like I've seen a tritone set or something like this. Hold on, let me pull up the book again. What was that, page 152? Yeah, you can do that. Dominant chord might be replaced by just... Oh wait, no, because this chord was a different chord before. This chord used to be an A major chord. So you got replaced by a D sharp major, or yeah, D sharp major 7, not major 7, D sharp 7 chord. There you go, that's correct. Okay, it was an incorrect chord I was hearing. This makes more sense. This needed to be an F double sharp. Man, every single note here has a sharp on it. There you go, that sounds much more natural. And also, I've incorrectly named these. There you go. Now that we included this double sharp, it makes so much more sense. Okay. And then stuff happening over here. More tritone substitutions. And you. We also learned about borrowing chords from the parallel key. And so here we borrowed chords from these dudes, and we borrowed chords from the parallel key. So in C major, we borrowed chords from C minor, and in A minor, we borrowed chords from A major. And we saw that the 1 chord can be replaced by the 3 chord because they share all these notes, and the 4 chord, maybe, can be replaced by the flat 7 chord because they share a bunch of notes, probably. Alright. Yippee. That's where jazz notes end for today. Thanks for watching, I guess. I'm gonna go eat food now. I'm hungry. Maybe I'll actually write music next time using the stuff I learned. I mean, I did do like 2 straight reading books and studying streams, so maybe I'll actually get back to doing work. But I will go eat food now instead, and then watch more episodes of my shows. So make sure you join the Discord, come talk to me about Sailor Moon, and also subscribe. Okay, bye.